If you want to watch YouTube without the ads for free, use a VPN set to Albania. For some reason, they don't allow ads. Now that I just saved you $20 per month, I'm about to show you the monkey steps to make 1,000 times that amount. Yep, 20,000. This video is the first part, taking you from nothing to your first growth operating client, or whatever they call it now. It's still SMMA anyways. Quick disclaimer, this video is not about some overly excited teenager showing you how to do something he has never done before. It's not about complicated lucid charts, because I will actually do the work. It's not about childlike cartoon editing. It's going to be you and me in front of my screen showing you what I do and why I do it. It's going to be imperfect, but it works. Just watch the last part of the video. I signed a 2.5k deal just to show you that it works. It's not much, but if you repeat this process 10 times, then you'll get to the promised 20,000. And I'll keep on documenting, so we'll go much higher together. Now, why should you trust me on that? I've been a service provider for about 6 years, and I did it so I could fulfill my need to explore God's earth and create memories, like the time I ended up in Kempton by accident and watched a drifting contest while being chased by the cops. Or that time when we rented a 3-story villa in Bali and hosted a UFC watch party in the morning while eating fresh fruits. Or a more simple time when we ate this delicious tomahawk ribeye in New Year's Eve in Bangkok. So here's the plan. I will show you the exact steps that got me here in real time, which is going to be crafting an offer, writing an email sequence, go hunt some leads manually, get replies, get them on a call, close them, deliver a service that will make them pay me every month. So you're literally one video away from building a routine that will make it hard to be broke as a content operator, growth operator, service provider, call it whatever you want. I recommend you to follow along the steps while I do them. I'm going to talk slowly so you have time to apply what I say. And I suppose you're not going to watch it in one shot, so comment with the timestamp so you can easily come back where you left. All right, let's go. First of all, what is a content operator? All right, let's start with the definitions. So, a content operator is someone who uses content to capture, cultivate, and convert content into something useful. All right. It's the triple C I talk a lot about. And let me explain this real quick. So, capture, cultivate, and convert. So with content, you can make a lot of stuff. With content, and I'm talking about organic content, but you can use it as ads as well. You can get the attention of people. Right? You can post on YouTube, you can post on Instagram, you can post wherever you want, and you're gonna get eyeballs. All right, you capture attention. That's valuable. And then with the same content, let's say you captured attention, so someone is watching your content for the first or the second or the 10th time, doesn't matter. Then it cultivates the attention. It makes it more valuable. It qualifies that attention, so we can build goodwill with the attention that we get. All right, that attention becomes more and more valuable because it's being educated, it's starting to like the brand it's watching. And then with content, we can also convert attention. By converting, it means pushing people to take some action. And so with the same content, once you've captured and cultivated it, the attention, you can tell people to click in the link below. You can tell people to subscribe, to sign up, to whatever. You can push people to do things, and that's called conversion, all right? And with the same exact tool, you can do all of that. You just need more reps. You just need to do it in different ways, but that's the work of a content operator. You can also use it as ads, as I said, so you can create creatives, content, push it with money, with ads. You can use it to deliver value, and so cultivate. It's always the same. For example, you have a school community or you have a course. Then what is the course essentially? It's content. It's not only about videos, it's text. It's mostly text, and then you can do voice recordings, you can do videos out of that, but it's always content. All right, that's the point I wanna, yeah, that's my point. Now, why do people need content operators? Because we're in the attention economy. All right, I like to always rely on universal truth. All right, and one universal truth that we have right now is that attention is the new currency. Everybody can agree on that. All right, and if attention is the new currency, then the things that can work with attention are valuable. And as a content operator, that's what you do. You can do it for yourself, which means you can capture, cultivate, convert attention for your own benefit, which means you can build your own audience, or you can build the ones of the others because they're going to need you. And the goal here with this attention economy is that you want to come to a point where you only have to do what you're the best at or what you like doing. And that's why people will need content operators, because the influencers, the guys who use YouTube, who use Instagram as a channel of acquisition, they can't do all the things related to content. It's too much. All right, they only want to focus on creating the content, which means sitting down and hitting record. That's the thing that we cannot replace. They cannot be replaced with. And the whole other stuff, which means the editing, the uploading of content, scheduling, the repurposing, the whole, titles, thumbnails, SEO, all that stuff. And there's a lot of stuff to do around content. They don't want to do this, and they can't, because otherwise they can't focus on creating the content, because it's a creative activity. You need your whole brain. You cannot focus on execution, on operations, and then too much on creativity. It's hard to do so. You can still do it, but yeah, you got my point. And so this is why content operators are useful, because they're gonna help people in the attention economy profit from attention. Now, another thing that's interesting with attention is that if it's the new currency, then personal brands are the banks. I don't like the term personal brands because it makes me think of the whole influencer game and stuff. But what you gotta understand with personal brands is that you already have a personal brand, whether you like it or not. When you write a resume to apply to a job, that's your personal brand. When you meet new people and you get referred to other people, that's your personal brand. The way your friends talk about you when you're not here, that's your personal brand. You can call it reputation as well. The thing is with personal brands, online personal brands, it's your reputation at scale. All right, it's your reputation working for you, and you can work on it like forever. You can build it forever. It's the last asset you'll ever need. And so yeah, that's what we do. We build banks, the new banks, because trust me, the attention that you can get every day on a personal brand will be even more valuable than money. Because money, I won't go too far into this, but money is just, it doesn't exist. Money doesn't exist. It's just numbers invented by big corporations, by governments, all right? And so attention, on the other hand, are actual humans. You're actually in their heads. If people pay attention to you, they pay attention, right? And so you build a trust, you build a relationship in their head. It's more powerful than money. And so yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you understood the definition of it and the importance of it and why it's going to work anyways. All right, I just call it content operator because it makes more sense for me. Now, before we get started, we need I explained what a content operator was. I explained why people need a content operator or content operators. And now we need to make a plan to make money as fast as possible. And by making money, I mean by giving value as fast as possible. All right. And now I called it from 0 to 10K, but it's could be 10K per month. All right. If you can make 10K, you just need to make it as a recurring thing. You need to make sure you can give recurring value if you want to make it every month, or if it's an infrastructure, which we sell as well. So a thing that you just build once and then you give it to your clients, then you just need to make sure that you sell enough of those units per month. All right, it's the same thing. So strategy, starting from scratch, what we need is to first, let's go on the Notion here. We need to make the offer. So yeah, work. So the offer, we need to make sure we understand the offer. And then we need to find a way, find leads, all right? And then we need to contact them. That's it. Those are the tasks for now. Now I have this little framework here to just think about the offer that we could do. And in order to do the offer, we need to make sure that we're relying on a trend, because it will just make things easier. All right, because content, it's obvious that everybody needs it, but if you just come in the market and you say, I'm gonna do content for you, you're not gonna find clients, because of course everybody does that. It's just like, for example, short form content. There was this wave in 2022 where it worked well, 2023 as well, because it was new, but it's still content, all right? So we need to make sure that we can rely on a trend, and because I already have clients and I know some things about the market, I already have insights. And the insights I have, which are quite obvious, you might have them as well, is that communities are becoming more and more important. All right, and by communities, I'm talking about school, Discord, whatever. Mainly school, all right, because you've seen what happened with school recently. Alex Hormozy just did his biggest investment in this, and so that means that we've got Alex Hormozy with Sam Ovens working together. All right, and these guys, they know what they do. They have a lot of experience. So yeah, I don't think it's a risky choice to invest in those two guys. All right. So there's an awareness about communities. Now let me explain why, so that you have context. The reason why communities are very important, actually I have a small graph for this, which I use in my last video. So the reason why communities are very important is this. And let me just take something else for later. All right. So the reason it's important is because in the current world, in the history of humanity, there often was some action and an extreme and opposite reaction to it. All right. And so with the advance of AI, of technology, of software, even crypto, so the whole technology side of things, there's an opposite and extreme reaction with relationships. All right. Now, to just give you an example of another kind of reaction, is you've seen the rise of feminism, LGBTQ, and all that stuff in the past few years. And what was the most extreme and opposite reaction to that? It was the whole Andrew Tate, Red Pill community. All right, this whole movement of men who wants to find their voice and are tired with this. With the just being feminized and losing their balls, right? I'm not saying is good or bad. It's just facts. It's just the market. And so that's why Andrew Tate was able to blow up and become the most Googled man on earth,
because people, like a share of the people, needed their voice to be understood, and so they stand at the extreme of the movement of feminism that just blew up as well. Now, what we have on a mega trend is that tech is moving forward very fast, and on the other hand, people are searching for relationships. All right, and the biggest examples are the gurus, personal brands, communities, and OnlyFans as well. It's a form of relationship. All right, that's why like men are willing to pay girls just to have some kind of intimacy. All right, they don't do it just to see like naked girls. They can see it on the internet. They want the intimacy of it. That's the value here. All right. So with that said, that explains why people or the market will make these more valuable, because with the whole technology, with the whole content being generated with AIs, people will want to search for the most raw, the most authentic things. And a great example for that is this guy, Sam Sulek. I think you know him. So this guy blew up big time. And look at his videos. There's no edits. Titles are like, that's not even copywriting, right? Very easy, very simple. I'm not saying it's easy, by the way, because he talks and he has good insights on the whole, going to the gym thing. So that's an example of it. Now, back to the plan. I just explained you why relationships are important and communities like school will gain more traction. So that's a trend, all right? And I think we're quite early. I think it's a mega trend, so it means it's gonna last for a while. It's not just like a random new get rich quick method. Just like, I don't know, I've heard the word IPGA these times, so that's something that's gonna disappear pretty quick, in my opinion. Now that we know that, we need to formulate the offer. All right, so let's brainstorm around the offer. So, quick summary. Because we're content operators, what do? So we use content to allow our clients to make more money at the end of the day. That's the point. So use content to make money. Now the way we can do this, so there's a lot of ways. And the way we want to do this, in order to rely on the trend of communities, and more importantly, school, because school is not only a community, it's also a course. All right, you can host courses, resources to bring value to your community. So that's why it's a great opportunity here. So what we want to do is get all the creators who don't use school yet and get them to school, get them back to school. And the reason we want to do this is because I think, and I've observed it in some other place. All right, it was here. So this YouTuber is talking about leaving YouTube because of the whole control thing. All right, he was afraid of having all of his assets cut whenever he talked about something that YouTube didn't want to hear. So that's a big risk that a lot of creators have currently. All right, and this other guy, which has 2 million subscribers, recommended to start a school community. And if you check the replies, the creator doesn't even know what is a school community. So it's quite early, right? And this guy has one. So that's one insight. I have another insight because I have my clients working in that space as well. And so I know that one of my clients who has a big audience, like 1 million followers, he's preparing to go on school. All right. And so if these guys are talking about this and other big creators are talking about this, they're going to move the market towards this. All right. So this might be a good opportunity to seize. So back to the summary. So we're going to use content to attract new members in communities. And so the way we want to sell this, it's not just I will build your school. Of course, that's the product, but we don't want to offer it like this. By the way, I'm recording everything so that you can see how I think. All right, it might help you. So the way we want to do this is by selling it as a let me think. We want to sell this as an asset, all right? As an asset that has a lot of equity. Let me explain. Let me explain it with this. So, a community basically is a database of people, of leads. And one thing that's important in the realm of startups, VCs, and the reason companies acquire other companies or investors acquire other companies, one of the reasons, one of the things that's important for them is the database. All right. Of course, there's a lot of things in the decision making behind that. There's of course the annual recurring revenue. There's let me just note this here. The tech, if it's a proprietary tech, yeah, and a lot of other stuff, and the database. And why is that? Is because these guys who buy companies, they want to sell other stuff to the database of that company. Because let's say you buy, it's like buying an email list, but it's more qualified. Because let's say you have an active list or a list of active clients that use, I don't know, a sales software, all right? Maybe that's too wide. Let's say you have a list of active users who use a fitness SaaS, all right? And so it's a fitness software specified in the whole losing fat, right? Fat loss. And so this database is highly valuable because you know you can sell other stuff that's related to fat loss. You can sell coaching, you can sell product, you can sell supplements. There's a lot of things you can sell to that audience. And a database is cool, all right? It's a list of basically emails and some other info like first name, name, location, and a lot of other stuff. But a community is even better. And that's why. Because a community is not just a list, all right? It's a dynamic list. It's a list of people who interact with each other. And so by interacting with each other, they increase the whole value. All right, the value increases exponentially because it doesn't even rely on the producer or the CEO who's running the whole company. People get the habit of interacting with the product because they're attached emotionally to other people using the product. That's super powerful, super powerful. And so this is why communities have even more equity than just blank databases or email lists, all right? And so, yeah, that's why community have value. Now, the cool thing with school is that not only you have a community, but you can add courses, all right? Let me show you quickly on my school that I recently started. So you have the whole community here with people on the leaderboard, and you have a classroom, all right, with modules, all right? You can do as many as you want. And so we have modules to help people start, acquire, fulfill their clients, the whole admin, bonuses, and this is secret for now. See? So back to here. So that's what you want to do. So to be back to the offer, we want to build communities. We want to help people build communities, and we want to sell them as assets. And the pain points we are gonna rely on are gonna be. Let me put this as a header so that it's better to work with. All right. So the pain points is, just like the YouTuber here, is losing all of your audience with one strike. And it happened to a few of my clients. So that's actually a thing that happened. All right. But I helped them get their account back, of course. So losing all of your audience with one strike by a bot. So it's not even, it could happen like because you said a word and it was misinterpreted. So it could happen pretty fast. Losing all of the efforts, all of the years of efforts you put in the community audit. That's related to this. What else? And by pain points, I'm thinking about what keeps them awake at night. It needs to be very deep. Another thing is the dependence on social media platforms, not owning the asset that pays your bills, basically. And so that's emails. With school, you can get the emails of your community. You just need to add a question before they enter the community, or maybe you have a funnel. So sales page, you get the email and then they enter the school. So not owning the asset that pays your bills. What else? Another pain. It's not that hard, but having too many tools, courses plus community. So we can centralize everything. What else? Not having incentives for the community to interact with each other. School solves this. And I think we're good for now. Now we need to make sure we understand the target. So the target is going to be influencers. Well, I don't like that word. Let's say entrepreneurs who use social media to sell their product. All right, digital or not. No, let's say digital product. So this way they already have courses and they might already have a community. We just want to migrate them into the school. All right. So we want to migrate people who use Patreon, who use YouTube. What's the name? The thing where you can join people.
I'm leaving the
YouTube memberships and etc. Other stuff like this. They need to have at least 10k subs. Subs aren't very relevant. It's just to have an idea. But they need to make, they need 10k subs. They need to have some kind of audience and they're active, which means posted in the last 2 weeks, let's say. What else? They need to have some kind of, they need to sell some kind of transformation, or talk about it. Maybe they don't sell it for money, but they talk about a transformation. Their channel, their audience is about a transformation, because this transformation can become modules within the school community. All right. And I think that's already good. It's quite broad. We're gonna niche it down. We might niche it down into the. We can niche it down into coaches. Could be self-improvement is quite big. The way we're gonna niche it down, actually, I'm not gonna write it here, but let's say coaches, niched down in your interest. I keep talking about this, and that's the time to actually use it. All right. For me, it might be self-improvement, it might be fitness, might be combat sports. That there's not a lot of money there. It might be, yeah, it might be a lot of things. Might be Web3 as well. So just find your interests. Just use your interest to niche down your offer. Even if it doesn't really make sense, you just want to look like the go-to guy in your niche. All right, that's better. So let's use that for now. Outreach method is going to be cold email, scrape emails from YouTube, and later we might try something. We can try other stuff, but we got to start with one channel of acquisition. All right, so cold emails. Now I'm just going to write ideas. That's for you. That's not for me. Depends on what you're comfortable with, because really anything can work. Anything can work. I'm just used to cold emails. That's the thing I'm good at. All right, and it's quite effective. But other ideas could be Twitter. So you can just DM people or trying to scrape their links. Twitter DMs, Instagram DMs, Facebook DMs, Facebook groups. That's a good thing actually, because Facebook groups, they're a worse version of schools. All right, so that could be a filter here. Facebook groups, people using Facebook groups. You can use school actually. No, they already have a school. Depends if you have something that can be added in a school community. School can be an outreach method, but it's not to build a school method. All right, but I'm just gonna let it here because maybe we can find a small untapped market within that market here. What else? LinkedIn, of course, LinkedIn, and yeah, I think that's it. There's a lot of other ways, but let's keep it simple. Business model. So the business model, to keep it very simple, we need results as fast as possible. And because we're working with creators who are gonna create content for a long time, it's better to give a lot of value to a few people than trying to build something real quick and sell it to 100 people, because it's gonna be very hard. It's hard to acquire one client, so you better acquire one client and make sure that you can keep him forever. So we're gonna start. The goal is to sell a setup. This way we can have some upfront cash, and then check how we can monetize it over the long term. All right. So setup plus and either commission or rev share later. All right, that's for later. We gotta just sell this first, and the setup we can do something like, we gotta start low. All right, we gotta start low. It depends on the value we can add, but something that would feel unreasonable, like that would feel so good they won't say no, might be so building the whole community, trying to take some content, create the modules, build the funnels, build the email sequence they can send to their audience to bring them to school, create some of the content that will help them convert people into school. So there's a lot of things we have to specify this later, but I'm just thinking of the model right now, which is essentially building communities, building school communities for the people. Oh yeah, by the way, I wanted to talk about this, but that's just a book that predicts basically everything since 1997, predicted Bitcoin, and it predicted mass media. It predicted that mass media, as we know it, will become individualized media, personal brands, as we call them. All right, that's just a good prediction from this book, which is very interesting, very recommended. And so yeah, it was just to give you another example of why we're heading towards this. Now back here, So business model setup. Let's start with something very low, like 1K before plus 1K after the setup of the infrastructure. And then we'll think of other stuff. Now we just need to think of what are the deliverables. Yeah, that's the pricing actually. That's the pricing. So the deliverables, what can we deliver? So first of all, we're building, so we're admins of a school community, and we prepare community posts. We prepare community posts for a month, and then we make sure that it follows the tone of voice of the creator. And the goal of this is just to kickstart the community to create retention, because we need to find ways to create retention. It could be challenges, it could be a lot of ways, but you want to find ways to start the fire. And then once you've got enough members and there's an actual value exchange between the members, then they're going to stay not only for the value provided by the influencer, by the creator, but by the value provided by the members. All right, that's what we want to reach, but it takes time to get to this. So prepare community posts for a month to create retention. What else? Prepare the modules, courses. So either take them from an existing course that's hosted somewhere else, or take them from YouTube videos, from existing YouTube videos, and it could be text only or video, whatever. And prepare a form to understand. No. The goal here is to just have a form that we send the creator so that we can understand what it took to do the transformation, all right? This thing, all right? Either from fat to fit, poor to rich, you get me, right? And so we want to make sure that we understand what it took for this guy to achieve this so that we can better create the modules. And with this form, with this data, we can create 30. No. What can we do? We can create the outline 30 short scripts. We can write a VSL script that will sell on the community. And so the shorts or reels or whatever, that's something that's quite easy to do. It just takes a little bit of time, but it has some kind of high perceived value. And the goal here is not just to sell bullshit, all right? We want to actually deliver things that are gonna be useful for that community. But these here can generate some quick traffic, and then with the shorts, redirect them to the VSL, because the VSL is going to be uploaded on YouTube, either publicly or unlisted. And so this VSL is going to redirect to school or the community. Then what we can do, all right, I think we're good for now. Let's not waste too much time. So pricing 1K before, 1K after, later. Try to find some performance-based collab. For example, a share like 10% of new members if we manage the school community, and create content to get people in. What else? Yeah, let's just start with this. The goal is to get some cash as fast as possible to test the idea first. Guarantee. We guarantee the input, so building the whole community. We can sign a contract that specifies all the deliverables. Yeah, I think that's it. There's no money back because we're going to build something. It's like a course. Domains, so that's just some domains. I'm not going to use a new domains, but you could find some cool ideas on that. Future, we don't need to know it for now, and upsells, we'll see that later. All right, so we have the outline of the offers, quite simple. Now we need to find the leads. All right, that's done. Now we need to find the leads. So in order to find the leads, we need to, I said I was gonna use YouTube outreach. So cold emails. And so that's what we need to do. All right, guys, second step of the operator's journey from 0 to 10K. So we need to find the leads because we already defined the offer. All right, we kind of defined it. It's going to get better over time, but now we need to get on the field so that we get data and we can improve on it. We can iterate on this. So for this step, we need to start reaching out. We need to start using the Google Sheet to get the leads. And we're going to use the one that's in the content operators templates in the lead gen section of aggressive acquisition. So you get access to all the tools I'm using right now. I'm just going to improve it. I'm just going to improve on it real quick. So it's this sheet here. And I'm just going to add a few things that I use with other outreach campaigns, just a few details. But before we do that, we need to, it's not necessary, by the way, but something I recommend because I know it's going to work. So I want to do a lot of volume of cold email outreach. And so one thing that's great to start as soon as possible is to warm up your emails with Instantly. And by the way, for the outreach, we're going to use instantly.ai, which is this software here. Here's the pricing. So either $30, no, let's say monthly, $37, $97, or more than that. This plan is the best, in my opinion. If you're getting started, that's more than enough. You just have 1,000 leads maximum, so that's not a lot, but it's still something. It's still great. So we're gonna use this guy here, and what it allows you to do. So let me show you real quick. So I will have to blur all of this, otherwise I will get a lot of emails. So essentially you can add a lot of different email addresses that you can buy on Namecheap or any other email provider. And you can write your campaigns with email sequences, for example, with this one. All right. Let me just get this one here. So you can write sequences like this. All right, step 1, hello, and then step 2 and step 3, and you can add the delay between each message, and you get to reply to all the emails here, all right, in the Unibox. So it's great, and I recommend it. So as I said, I want to warm up my emails before we move on, because the time it requires to warm up so that we can send loads of emails per day, it requires some days. You can already get started, but if you have a new email, then I would recommend not sending too many emails per day. So if I had to give a number, I don't know, it would be more than 10 emails a day, maybe that's fine, but more than that, with a new email address, it might end up in spam. All right. Now there's a lot of tools to check the spamminess of your email address. Let me get you to one. All right. So mailtester.com, that's great. So you just copy the email here, you send an email to that address here, and then you check the score, and then it's gonna tell you how to improve it. All right. The steps are very easy to follow. If you don't understand them, use ChatGPT and just ask him like, how do I do this? All right. So in order to warm up an email, I'm gonna do a test with one of my emails. All right, I'm gonna delete it, remove it, and then I'm gonna add it again. So if you have Gmail, well, that's pretty easy. You just need to click here and follow the steps. If you have any other email that's provided by Namecheap or any other mail provider, here's what to do. So single account, you put your name, you put the email you wanna warm up, and then you put the password. So let me try to find it. All right, so got the password for the emap host. If you don't know it, just type emap host and your email provider. For me, it's Namecheap. Just click in the first link and then just read the page. So it's gonna be this one for us. All right, you don't need to change the port. Then just click next. Here it's gonna be the same thing, I guess. Yeah, just the same thing. All right, so I just added my email address, as you can see here, and then what you want to do is check the settings. So name, first name, etc. You don't need a signature. The daily campaign limit, so that was already at 50, but you want to keep it low, like 20. And you want to use a custom tracking domain, because that will allow your email to use your own, how to say that? Just give me a sec. So what you need to remember is that using a custom tracking domain will improve the deliverability of your email so that it doesn't end up in spam. That's all you gotta know. All right. Now, for the next steps, you need to check it, and then that's a bit technical. I'm gonna walk you through this. You need to add those records to your DNS settings on the email provider. It always looks the same. I'm gonna show you for Namecheap. All right, so I'm in the settings of Namecheap of my shorts cartel domain. Then you want to go to advanced DNS, and here are the records. All right, so I already added it. So what you want to do, I'm gonna do it again so that you can have a look. So you need to add a record type of CNAME. All right, so you just add new record, CNAME, this one, and then host is inst for instantly, so that's the host, and the target, so the value is this one. That's it. So I already got it here, so I don't need to add it again. And then you just save, and you add, you just add your domain. So inst.yourdomain.whatever, and then you check the status. All right, it's verified, so everything is working nice. I can just save it. Boom. So now it's gonna warm up and send a few emails per day. So 20 emails per day maximum, and it's gonna increase at the rate of 1 email a day. But because I'm impatient, I'm gonna disable the slow warm up. This is not recommended, but it's okay if you do it. It's just gonna go faster to the 20, and then we can increase that to 50 to 100, because my goal is to send 150 emails per email address. So this way, if I have a few email addresses, like for example here, I got like 10 of them, this will make 1,500 emails per day. All right, that's a lot of volume here. So yeah, that was it for the whole warm-up. Again, you don't need to, if you're just getting started, you don't need this. You can, I literally started with my own personal Gmail account, all right? And I started sending emails with this, and I use this software here, so hunter.io, where you can write your campaigns here, and you can add your leads, and you can do basically the same thing. It's just not very scalable, and that's why I stopped using it. But yeah, if you're just getting started, use this. If you want some volume and you're already experienced, then you can use it instantly. All right, so let's move to the next step, which is the whole Google Sheet, so that we can get the leads. All right, so it's gonna be this one. I'm just gonna improve this one because this one is the template that you can get access to in Content Operators. So I'm just gonna improve it real quick with this column here. Last video name. So essentially what we want to do is add the last video, because I'm doing YouTube outreach. We want to find things that will make the message more personal, more customized. And one thing that worked very well for me is the whole finding the last video name, so that we can say that we've seen it and that we have some feedback on it, and people react they react very good to that kind of message, if it's genuine, of course, but we're gonna make it look genuine. And so the way we're gonna do this, give me a second. All right, so the way we're gonna do this is that we want to copy and paste the YouTube title, the YouTube video title. All right, just copy and paste it. The thing is, sometimes titles have a lot of emojis and stuff we don't need, and they're a bit too long. So the formula here is just gonna cut the title if it's too long and add those dots here, and yeah, make it more natural. All right, because if you're sending emails, you're not necessarily gonna write the whole title. All right, the guy is gonna understand what video you're talking about. And if you send the whole title, then it will look like you just automated the thing. All right, and so the way you want to make it look like this is just with this formula here, which again you can get access if you're a content operator. And we're gonna put it here. That's not what I wanted to do. All right, this one here. We put it here. Boom. All right, I just improved the template, so now you can add a title, and it's just gonna shorten it like this. All right, pretty simple. Now here's a quick overview of the whole sheet. So you've got the duplicate checker, which is very important. It's gonna check whether the email address here has been added on all the different sheets here. All right, because the goal, the way I use that sheet is I put like 5 people on it, and they've all been working on their respective sheet. And so because they were working at the same time, I didn't want them to add the same email addresses, obviously. All right, because I paid them for each valid lead. And so this way is going to check whether the email has already been added on the different sheets or even on this sheet here. All right, so that's the duplicate checker. The validity, that's not really mandatory. It's using the G2K criteria to check if the lead is valid according to your own criteria. All right, those criteria here are good for a short form content agency. So it just checks whether they're active on YouTube, if they posted videos, TikToks, YouTube Shorts, but we're not gonna need it for that project. All right, so I'm just gonna hide them. I'm just gonna duplicate that sheet. So I just let the template like this, but I'm gonna hide them because we don't need them. All right. So yeah, that's it for this one. And then we've got coaching or course link. Actually, we can just rename it product service link. all right? Because that's the whole business. Like, what is the business about? That's very important because we need to know how the entrepreneur makes money, because the goal is to get him more ROI, and that's the product price, the price range, the number of YouTube subscribers, YouTube channel link, TikTok link, Instagram, Twitter, etc. All right, that's all you need, and then you can remove some of these parts as well. So I'm gonna duplicate this guy and add what I need for that specific campaign. All right. All right, I just copied it. Now I want to add some things from this sheet here, which is the message. The message is going to be useful for us. So I can already hide these here. Boom, because we don't need them. All right, we're good. So I don't need these. All right, that's all good. So we've got our email warming up, and we've got our Google Sheet. All right, it's ready. It's ready to get working. Now, just to show you that it works, let's take an example here. All right. Yeah, it doesn't work. So just gotta apply this to the whole column and this guy as well. And now we're good. Now I think we're good. Okay, so we've got this email here. It's valid because it's not a duplicate, but whenever I go here and I add it here, boom, now it's a duplicate. All right, it's all working perfectly. Now we can get started. So I just added message angle here because we're gonna do the sniping method, which is finding the right leads and crafting the right message for them. And because we're going to use instantly, we cannot customize every message in the sequence. We can only customize the custom values. And so this is gonna be the custom value. It's gonna be the whole message, all right? And the thing we're gonna do is just find the few angles that we can rely on, because remember, we're gonna sell the whole community thing that we can build for them, for the influencers who don't have a community, who are letting a lot of profits on the table, who are afraid of losing the work that they've done over the years, and we want to surf on that school trend, the whole community aspect of it, and create the content that will allow them to get the members. All right. And so this is why you need this, so that you can think of the angles, because for each people you're gonna find, it's gonna be different at first, and then we're gonna find the right angles and be able to write a sequence that we can scale. All right, with a lot of volume. All right, so let's get started with the actual outreach. So let's go on YouTube. All right, so the way I like to get started is just thinking of what keyword we can start with, what niche we want to start with. And the way I think about this is, first of all, let me draw something. You wanna think of your interest, because your own interests are an unfair advantage. All right, means that not a lot of people have them, and if you can mix them with different interests. So for example, you have this, and you like, I don't know, you like fitness is very broad, all right? But if you can mix it with something else here, I don't know what, but maybe something about the target, maybe something about the way of doing it, then you can find some specific niche here, all right? And even if you can find a third thing and find your thing here, it's even better. All right, so that wasn't very specific, I know, I'm sorry, but you get the idea. And so the way I'm gonna get started is just to have a look at what I did before, and I work with a lot of fitness guys, of fighting guys as well, specialized in MMA. So I might get started with this actually. On the other hand, I also work with a lot of people in WordPress. I've used WordPress a lot, so I know about it. I know about that niche. But let's start with MMA, all right? So MMA Australia. And then what you want to do is sort out by, let's say, this week. And then you want to sort out by, yeah, I guess that's it. We're just gonna try with this. And you want to find people who don't have a too big of a following, all right? So that you have a higher chance of reaching out to them. And one thing you can use as well that works very well is if you speak another language. That's the unfair advantage, all right? If your first language isn't English, then that's a great advantage, all right? If you speak Italian, French, German, then you can find interest in niches as well as in the sub niches of the language. This works pretty well, all right? So this wasn't a great search. Let's do CrossFit coach woman and filter it.
Hey guys, so first off,
all right, this might be good. So she's been quite active. Last video is 3 weeks ago, and she's been posting for a long time, So yeah, that might be a good lead here. Let's check the Instagram. So 300k followers, that's a lot. Okay, 9 hours ago. It's very recent. Whenever people have link trees, you know there's a lot of optimization to do. So workout programs, fitness and health blog, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. So let's check those two out. She's got a blog. All right. Who reads blogs nowadays? To be honest, it's great for SEO, don't get me wrong, but I never read those. So yeah. All right, so she's got a blog, she's got a website, she's got workout guides. Let's check those out. At home workout guide. Okay. All right, so that's all we got for $40 and $65. All right, so that's a great opportunity here because listen, she's got workout guides. So that means she's got really things that we could put in a, for example, in a school community, all right, with videos. For example, if you check here, start here, there's a video here that could serve as a course, all right? And so we could really use those guides because I guess it's video based. All right, video demonstration for each exercise. So this is perfect for a school community. And I'm pretty sure, well, a lot of people follow her, and I think a lot of people like her. She's developed a real community, but there is no place for her community to actually communicate. Instead, like they just have maybe the YouTube comments. Let me check those out. Yeah, so comments, which is not the ideal thing, and Instagram comments as well. So yeah, there's definitely a potential here to gather those people within a strong community, a tight-knit community. And so that's what we're gonna sell, all right? So let's get to work. First of all, how do we get the info here? First of all, we get so the last video was this one. So the problem with those videos is that, I'm gonna add it here. I'm gonna add the video title name here, but it's a full body workout, so you cannot really give feedback on this. You cannot say, oh, I loved your video, it was very insightful and blah blah blah. So maybe you gotta find another one. So for example, this one, why I went vegan, that's a great one.
Hey guys,
so you just take, yeah, that's a better title actually, and it's more controversial, right? Like there's actual reasons why someone would comment on such a video, and so you want to take that title here and put it here, boom, so it doesn't change the title because it's very short. And with this, we've got, by the way, we've got the link to the video. Well, if it just wants to click here, all right, it doesn't matter. In case we don't have it, you just take the link here, put it here. Then you want to take the name of it, of the channel, well, of her. So Tony Michelle, boom, and the email address, maybe she has it here, perfect. So that's quite easy. Just need to find the fire hydrants. Remind me of my firefighter days. All right, give me the address. What the fuck? Oof. All right, got it. Boom. And then, so the angle, wait, let me see if she's got other things we can provide as information. So yeah, this one is mostly, those cells here are mostly for your team, all right? Because if you do the work yourself, you know what works, you know who you want to target, so you don't necessarily need to do this. But if you're hiring a team to do this, then you want to make sure that they get the link and then get the price, they get the price range, so that you can quickly check whether they got good leads, all right? But I'm gonna do it properly for the video. So YouTube subscribers, 466K, and that's all we need, all right? Instagram link, we can find it on the YouTube channel. So we've got the lead here, and now the angle, as I told you, is that she's selling low ticket stuff, all right? And she doesn't have, why is it blue? She doesn't have a community for her following to hang out with each other. She might not even have a list. She doesn't have a newsletter. Oh yeah, she's got one. But yeah, she still doesn't have a way for the community to communicate. So we're gonna rely on that angle here. And what else? You need to keep it simple. Instead of selling one-off workout guides, so low LTV, lifetime customer value, we can put her, no, actually the way we want to phrase it is to give her ideas on how to improve her business. We're not talking about how we're going to do it for her, that's for later. So she can she can put the workout guides within a community so people can help each other and motivate each other in working out daily. And it's not people, it's women, because that's her niche. So yeah, that's one thing. Whoops. And then she can invest in an asset that will prevent her from losing all the work she's put on YouTube for the past 6 years, because the latest video, the oldest video was 6 years ago. All right, so that's what we want to sell on YouTube and Instagram as well. And so even though she doesn't talk about controversial things, who knows? She might get banned because a robot heard something weird when she talked about how she got vegan, right? Who knows? You don't know. Like she's not in control. Nobody's in control of their YouTube channel. All right, nobody. So we want to not like sell her the fear, but we want to talk about that fear that exists and that can happen. And with such a following, you don't want this to happen. Now she's got an email list, so that thing we can say as well. Good to have an email list. Great decision. But an email list doesn't give the opportunity for the members to get value out of each other. And so the value only comes from the brand's owner, from you, Tony. And so yeah, that's the whole point of having a community, so that the value is not only coming from the guru or from the influencer or the entrepreneur, because this way people can get the habit of just dropping in the community, talking with each other, and they're not only gonna get value from the brand itself, but from the other members. And so that's extremely valuable, because this way it allows for passive value distribution. I know it sounds technical, but if you can find a way to passively distribute value, then you can find a way to passively receive value in the way of money. All right, so that's what we want to sell. Of course, we're not gonna send all of this through email, but those are just the ideas to think about, and I'm just showing you how I think before I make the whole sequence. But that's what we're gonna do later. All right, I'm just gonna try to find another lead so that you see my whole process, and then we're gonna write the sequence together. All right, so let's just keep it like this for now, and let's move on to the next lead. So, all right, we got this one, Tony Michel. Let's go back.
Where do we go from?
So, all right, it was here actually. Yeah, it was here. Sorry. So, who we've got next? CrossFit Podcast. Let's check that out. Podcasts are great because they need repurposing, content repurposing into shorts, but they're not really doing it. So last one was 5 days ago. Yeah, so they might be interested, but they didn't see the results they expected, and so they stopped it. But because they didn't do it the right way. But that's great because they have the interest of doing it. They understand it's important. So, CrossFit.com. That might be too big. If it's the actual CrossFit organization, might be too big.
What is up, team? Welcome to another.
All right, what do they sell? Just the podcast. All right, so this guy might not be interested in managing a whole community because it already takes a lot of CrossFit courses. All right, they're really affiliated with CrossFit.com, so that's too big. We don't need those leads. But they might need shorts repurposing, all right? So it's still a good lead. I'm just gonna put it here, all right? It's not for the service we initially thought about, but still, it can be helpful. Let me just check. All right, so Gay BQ, so that looks like an influencer. All right, it's definitely an influencer, but she's only making shorts, but not really shorts because they're more than a minute. All right, let's quickly look at what she sells. So online training program, that looks good, guys. That looks good. Looks very good. 13-week learn Chinese weightlifting. What the fuck is this? Like, that's the original, actually. You can learn Chinese while weightlifting.
Hello everyone, it's Gabby from Vietnam. You don't need to worry about the mobility or flexibility issues. We're gonna teach you.
All right, $159. All right, that's it. What do we got more? Features, programming 3 days a week, education. So we've got videos, we've got courses, we've got feedback from coaches, we've got an app. That's great. That's great. I love that niche. It's like weightlifting for Chinese, or for people who want to learn Chinese. And there's already a subscription. All right, that's interesting, because the whole community, the school.com community, is going to be a subscription eventually. So if they already have a subscription, then we can transform their subscription to add more value to it. And it's the same business model. So they won't be afraid to do the leap of faith. All right, so what is it about? Team Gaby gives you the opportunity to learn authentic Chinese weightlifting from anywhere in the world. Oh, sorry, it was just Chinese weightlifting. Nothing to do with learning Chinese. My bad. So what's the difference, actually? All right, they have a community, so we might need to innovate a lot here, because they already have a community. I wonder what it looks like. Let's check that out. All right, so because they already have it, makes things a bit more difficult, but we can still try, right? We can still improve on this and try to make this merged into the community. So this way they only have one product to sell, because one thing that works for most businesses is to simplify them and make them focus on one product only. And so if we can merge the 13-week program with the community, then they only have one product to sell. So let's get the links. Let's get the email. All right. When there's no email here, what you want to do is go on the website, use hunter.io extension, and you want to find. You can literally take all the email addresses, but let's keep it simple. I'm just going to take the founder's email address and put it here. So it's Gabby. Last video was suffer from wrist pain. All right, with those kind of videos, what you can say is, thanks for the advice. I actually had a pain, or my friend had a pain, and it really helped, so thank you. Simple stuff. What else? So merge. Wait. All right, merge the subscription and the 13-week program in one community at a higher ticket price, for example. So yeah, let's try. They might not need us, but maybe we can try to sell on the new wave of school.com, because they might use, I think they might use Mighty Networks from what I've seen. All right, so we've got a second lid, and then it just goes on like this. All right, it's not going to be very different. I just go through the videos here. Shorts are great because there's more volume of it, so you can find more people, and it helps in discovering new channels, new profiles. So shorts are great, but you can also find them with long form videos. All right, just try to use the filters here. Just try with something. See, I just tried with CrossFit Coach Woman, which has nothing to do with me, by the way. I didn't do CrossFit, and I'm not a woman, but it doesn't matter. Just try with a few keywords that go through your mind, and you're gonna find people. All right. So that's it for the whole sniping outreach. Now the next step is gonna be about. So that's still in progress, but let's say for the sake of the video, it's done. The next step is gonna be about contacting the leads. All right. And so we already have the emails warming up. And we're going to write the sequences together so that you can see the way I will put it together, the whole copywriting, what sequences I'm going to use, what frameworks, etc. And I'm going to implement them instantly. And once we've got that ready, launch the campaigns. All right, so let's go on to the next step.
All right, guys, a new episode of the operator's journey. So last episode, I showed you how I collected the leads on YouTube specifically, but it could go on any other social media platform. And the next step is about contacting them. All right. So contacting the leads. And just to give you a quick overview, and again, this series is really a way to understand how I think and how I go from scratch, from nothing, to actually formulating an offer, doing outreach, replying to the leads, and eventually closing those leads into clients. And so in order to build an agency that actually provides value, makes money, and good margins for you. And so it's going to take some time. It's not some low attention span video, because you're going to have a look at how I think, and so you can replicate the same thing. It's not just me giving you the tools and you just need to copy and paste. You're not learning anything this way. All right. So this is why I will take time to explain each step. So that's the current step, which is contacting them, which includes a lot of different steps, which are the way I will enrich the leads, because you've seen me add the leads in the Google Sheet, which looks like this. Yep, that's what I did. And so this is where we take all the variables. All right. Now I have my list ready. I've already worked on a list, which is already in Instantly. It's going to be this one. Yep. So here's my list. And something that you need to keep in mind is that you can do everything perfectly at once, even if you have experience, just like me. And so what I did is, by going through the leads, I had to think at the same time of the sequence I was going to write. And so the reason for that is that you want to know what variables you're going to use in the message. And so in order to know this, well, first of all, you need to have an idea of what kind of message you're going to send. And I'm going to explain you how to come up with this framework. And then you collect the data, which you're going to use in the whole sequence. And so now today on this phase of the project, we're going to see how I selected the data I was going to use, what's my thinking process behind that, and how I'm launching the campaigns, preparing the replies. Maybe that's for later. I'm trying to keep it simple. And yeah, that's basically it. That's a bit complicated. Actually, all the steps are here. So yeah, warm up the emails, I already showed that. Write the sequences,
implement them instantly, which is the tool I'm going to use, and launch the campaigns. All right. The next step after that, because with this step, what we're going to have is essentially an email sequence ready to be sent with, let's say, 4 or 5 emails. That's like a regular campaign. And what we're gonna have, that's the goal. That's the goal of it. That's basically it. It's gonna be the thing that will push our leads to reply to us, and I'm gonna explain you the whole process behind this sequence. So this episode is focused on the sequence, and after that, just so you have a quick overview. So the 4th step is gonna be about replying to the leads. All right. Yeah, let's focus on that. So I've already written kind of a draft to explain you this concept of writing the sequences. So in order to write a sequence, which is essentially like 4 different steps. So yeah, just have a subject, have text, and you can add a few steps just like that. All right. And then we're going to use 4 to 5 steps, and you can add a few days of delay between each messages. That's a sequence. And so it's going to automatically send those messages to the right leads with the right variables, depending on what we want to use. And so in order to come up with the ideas here so that you understand how to actually do them yourself, what you want to do, it's not here, it's there. All right. What you want to do is understand what your call to action is. All right. Which means, what is the action you want your leads to take? And when you think about this, which is this step here, so the CTA, you want to, let me make this more clear. All right. So the call to action needs to be something that is very low friction. And to give you some perspective, here's like a few things that are very high friction. Imagine I send a message. Actually, I'm going to use this to explain. It's better. So we need something that's low. Come on. That's not what I wanted to do. Low friction, all right? Versus high friction. And so things that are high friction, for example, are payments. Imagine I send an email and I straight away ask for a payment, and I put the Stripe link. This is very high friction. There's a very low chance that that random lead, a cold lead, will send me money, right? But another thing that's very high friction, and that a lot of people still do to this day, all right, is inviting people to a call. All right, this is very high friction because a call might seem like a good opportunity when you offer it to your prospect, because you believe that your time is valuable and that you have a lot of things to offer and you have a special insight. But the truth is, they don't know you, and they don't know if you deserve their time, because it costs them time to get on a call with you. And chances are, if you're doing this, you're selling your service to people who are already making money. And so they're busy. They don't want to invest their time doing, like, spending time with random people on the internet if they're not sure about the return on investment of time. And so this is why calls are a very bad idea, in my opinion, at first, all right, as the first call to action. And so, yeah, that was just to add a bit of perspective on this. Now, what's low friction? Well, it's the opposite of this. Something that's low friction is an insight, just a piece of information that can help. for example. All right. Now, the format for this piece of information could be a Google Doc, a Notion page, or a video. Could be a Loom as well. Now, you don't necessarily need to talk about the format. You can just talk about the benefit of what you want to talk about, and then whenever they reply, you send it through a Loom. All right. And the thing is, with videos and Looms, it goes the same way as the calls. It requires time to consume the asset. So you want to make sure that the asset is as compressed as possible so that it doesn't require a lot of time investment from your prospects. And so it's easier for them to build trust with you. That's the goal here, all right? So a short Loom would be 5 minutes. Below 5 minutes would be great. That's my opinion. And then you can still do other Looms, right? I've closed clients with Looms only. Like one of the last clients I've closed this way, I sent him like 5 Looms. The first one was very short, and then I kept on sending those kind of videos to explain more and more about my service, and we did some back and forth with Looms. So he didn't take any risk in ending up in a call with me. And the thing with calls is that if you talk to introverts, then it's straight away going to be a problem, because introverts, they don't like to spend time with random people, right? And so a call is very confrontational. It's very intimate, right? So you're losing all the introverts, which could be making a lot of money. And even if you're extroverted, I would say I'm more on the extroverted side of things. But even me, I hate calls. I would never go on a call with some random people who send me emails, right? Never. So yeah, you really want to make sure that they have a good ROI for their time. And if you want to do a call because you're confident that you can close people on a call, then you want to talk about this later in the sales cycle, in the sales process, right? All right, so that was just about the low friction, high friction, mostly about the CTA that we're going to use. All right, now this is the first thing to figure out. What's the CTA? All right, once you have the CTA figured out, so you know what action to take by the prospect, what you want to figure out is what are the custom variables you're going to use. And here's the thing. Here's a bit of philosophy about the custom variables. You know, let me just write this out. You know, there's first name, there's company name, all this kind of custom values. What you want to do is have a very unscalable approach. Let me repeat that. Unscalable approach, which does not scale, all right? So custom values. And the reason for that is that if you have a scalable way of doing this, which is very accessible, then it's going to be accessible to your competitors, all right? Like if you're thinking of tools like Seamless.ai, Leskit, Apollo, all those different tools that can get you leads. Well, everyone has the same access to those tools. They just need to pay the price. It's not even expensive. All right, $59 per month. And then you can get a lot of leads, right? It's all accessible to the same people. And so if it's accessible to everyone, it means it's going to be as easy to do for everyone. And so this is why you want to find ways, like difficult ways to acquire leads, because this way it's going to be hard to replicate. And if it's hard to replicate, it means your messages are going to be opened more than the others. because you have something to differentiate yourself with, right? And that's your power as a small creator or someone who's starting out. It's even more powerful. And even if you're not starting out, you want to hire a team that will do those manual tasks. And so in our case with our service, which I've talked about, it's going to be around content operations and / communities. So the angle we're going to use, as I said before, is going to be about, let me just remember it. Yeah. Talk about entrepreneurs who use social media, sell the digital products, and yeah, that's the goal of it. So yeah, just read it. It's use content to make money, of course, and build an asset that doesn't rely on constant effort from the creator, which is a community. And that's our marketing angle, because it's trendy and a valuable asset for sure, which we can use later to talk to members and upsell them on higher ticket offers. So that's the offer. Now back to the contact phase. So with custom variables, what we want to find out is what I use actually on my campaigns is I've used, when doing YouTube outreach, I've used last video name. All right. This one works well. So what I mean by last video name, as I showed you, is that you go on YouTube. Actually, I did it here. Or did I? Did I do it here? Yep, I did it here. So let's check out this lead here. Come on. All right. So here I've taken the Why I Went Vegan title, which you can see here. Yep. So that's it. That's the last video name. All right. Quite simple. Now, that's something that works very well, because it's something that's very hard to replicate, even though there are tools that do that. And well, you can make a script that gets the last video name, but not a lot of people use it. And it looks like you've watched the video, you've done your research, so people will get more interested by your message. Now, something that I've been testing, because I've been working on my leads. Also, I didn't just show the process because it would take ages, so I just showed it for the first leads, is product name. All right. For example, with her, when we go on her website, we can see that she has workout guides. All right. And those names, they're not generic names. All right. Total body shred guide, muscle building guide. Yeah, that's quite generic, but if you talk about those things as variables and you use those variables with this lead, she's going to know what you're talking about, because it's her product. All right. So that's the goal that's the thing you want to use, is those kind of custom variables. So this way she feels very concerned by your message. And so yeah, that's basically it with the custom variables. Now, next thing is writing the sequence. All goes down to understanding who you're talking to. All right. So in the process of getting the leads, and you need a lot of them to have more data, then you're gonna come up with a lot of inefficiencies. All right. And that's where you can start to write a draft of a message. All right. And so these are the things we can use. So we need to make sure we know what we are selling, which is what I've talked about here in the offer. So essentially just marketing services related to content, as well as building communities, so that they don't need to always push content and recreate an asset that actually has value in and of itself. But then we also need to know who we're talking to, as I said, and what's their pain, what's the desired outcome. All right, we need to use all of these to write the message, and then we need to make sure that we write the message according to the inefficiency that we can see and the custom variables. Now let me show this with an example. So we've seen this lead here, and we've seen that she could benefit from building a community, for example, on School, showcasing her products that she has on her website, and she could then transform those products, which are one-off payments of $40, into a community that would include all of those products. And for example, what we could do is that people would access a certain guide depending on their level, and their level on School depends on their interaction with other people, which is a good incentive, right, to have a vibrant community. So that's one idea. But then what we could do is offer a bonus of short production or video production, so that we actually offer the whole infrastructure. That's what we want to sell, infrastructures. As I said it in the offer. Yeah, it was here. Let me just take it out so we can actually refer to it easily. So yeah, that's the whole thing. It's a whole infrastructure that allows her to have a community and create value for those community members with courses, with workout guides, and have the whole content that gets traffic into it. So let me just simplify it real quick. All right, here it is. It's basically two different axes: community infrastructure to create recurring revenue and a recurring value between members, and the whole content operations to capture, cultivate, and convert to the community. And those include the whole community posts to create engagement, the full courses repurposed into modules, and the incentive to get people engaged. When it comes to the content operations, it's all about the short form content or long form content to get traffic ASAP, email sequences to nurture the leads and convert them into clients, and the content plan to generate organic traffic, as well as VSL if needed. That's basically it. Doesn't need to be too precise, because we're gonna figure it out in the field. All right, it's better that way. You don't need to spend a lot of time imagining things. All right, so now with that said, let's go back here. How do we start writing that sequence? So we know what our call to action is. We want the prospect to reply to our email. That's the first thing. And in order to do this, we need to send them something that's very low friction. And in order to do this, the custom variables we're going to use are those variables. First name for sure. Maybe not last video name, because it's much more focused on the back end of the funnel. So we might prioritize product name and first name. That's actually enough to do this. All right. So we're going to focus on that. And the first message, so let me brainstorm a little bit. The first message, so first of all, the structure. Let's get the structure out. So email 1, email 2, email 3, email 4. Between each of these emails, there's going to be a 3 days delay. Same here. Come on. Same here and same here. That's going to be the last one. What I usually do is this one is the is the final email. Final goodbye. This one is simple, high deliverability. Let me actually, simple and high deliverability. What I mean by this is that because we're using email, there's a lot of things to take into account when it comes to spam and deliverability. And in order to optimize this, we're going to use the least amount of things possible. So no links, no images, no nothing, just text. But then we can use it in the later emails. And so here we want to build social proof. Here as well, we need social proof. And I might use some memes because that works for me. And here, a little bit of urgency. All right, so that's going to be the structure for our campaign. Now, about the text. So, the subject. First, the subject. The subject is going to be the same for all the emails because these are going to be follow-ups of the first email. And the subject is going to be something like the thing that worked well in the past, but we need to innovate a bit, is the famous quick question. But that's too easy, right? It's too easy. We need to use this variable here. So we need to find a way that makes sense with this variable. So let me think a little bit. All right. Actually, let's keep it simple. Let's use this and that, because this is proven to work, all right? And this is highly personalized. So quick question about, boom, product name. And if we really wanna, no, let's not do this. Quick question about product name. That's it. Now the body. So, hey, first name. Now the goal is to give context, because the first thing that comes to mind when you talk to random people, to strangers, is who the fuck are you? And so we need to give context on how we came up with contacting them. So what I like to do is, first of all, as you know, we did this through YouTube outreach, right? Then we took the lead and we put it in our Google Sheet. So let's be honest. I was watching your last video on YouTube and wondered, boom, first step done. Now we need to ask a question, a simple question, because that's the question. That's not even a question. It's it needs to give a hint on what we're gonna talk about later in the next steps. And so the thing we're gonna use here is a simple, this is just a draft, right? A simple statement about a desired outcome or a undesired pain. All right, simple statement. I was watching your last video on YouTube and wondered, blah, 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 blah. Okay. And then we're going to follow up with social proof as fast as possible. And we're going to say something like, I was wondering this because, let me think. Okay, actually, let's start from the bottom. So first of all, we're going to sign the thing. So just sign with your name. What you can do here, that's up to you. You can add a few details that will add social proof. What I like to add is my LinkedIn profile, but not here. I like to add it in the third email, because it's going to be a link. And as I said, We don't want to use links here. We want to keep it very simple to have high deliverability. All right. So no LinkedIn links. What you can add though is a location. All right. For example, well, that's my unfair advantage. For now, at the moment, I live in Switzerland. And Switzerland has has a good reputation. When you say you're in Switzerland, it looks like you're in a good place, right? So that depends on where you are located, all right? That's just a detail. You can also use founder of blah blah blah. Now, yeah, this is a good thing, and the cool thing with this is that you don't need to add a link of your website. You can just type it like this, because with this, people are going to be curious and visit your website. And the thing you want to do, by the way, I need to talk about this. The website can be very simple, all right? You don't need to make it complicated. The first thing, the only thing you want to do with your website, which is going to be a landing page, you don't need to do a whole website, is to build trust and just show that you have experience. That would be better. So if you can show a few results, a few screenshots, or a past clients you work with, then that's great. I will show you an example later, but let's just focus on the sequence for now. But that's really not a big deal, right? I started out with no website, so you don't really need this. But if you do a website, here's the structure, all right, real quick. Actually, let's add it here as a side quest. Landing page. So you're gonna have a logo and then a headline, which is main problem solved, main benefit, something like this, very simple. Like, for example, my headline, the one I use every time is capture, cultivate, convert, because it's all related to what I do. All right, that's an example. So logo, headline, and then what you want to do is you can add a VSL here. That's not, you don't need to do this. I'm not using one actually, but it's cool to see you talking with the Loom or whatever. It could be like 2 minutes long. And then a few benefits. So benefit 1, benefit 2, benefit 3. And those are not features, but are benefits from your service. So for example, if you offer short form content, it's traffic. If you offer community building, is, I don't know, building an asset independent from big corporations. I don't know. You have to make your own storytelling. And if it's ads, it's a scalable machine. $1 in, $2 out. That's just an example, right? And once you're done with this, a bit of social proof. So screenshots. Come on. Testimonials, if you have some. Results. So it could be views. Money generated. Impact. So if you help people. And lastly, you can add a Calendly, even though you don't need to do this to close people if you're not comfortable, but that's still good to do. Like, if people want to talk to you, it's always a nice thing to have, right? And that's it. That's your landing page, right? No need to make it complicated. All right, let's go back here. So, first email. Hey, I was watching the last video on YouTube and wondered, blah, blah, blah. And then we signed the email. And then we need to know about the question, which is the call to action. All right. The call to action is going to be blah, blah, blah with a interrogation mark, a question mark. And so what we want to send, we actually, like between you and me, the thing I want to do with this campaign is actually send a Loom, because that's what worked with me. But again, a very short Loom with a lot of value, with a great insight. And so we need to send something. So we can say, can I send it to you? Right? Now, there's a lot of different ways to say this. Can I send it to you? There's, are you opposed to me sending it to you? Which is just a negation of it. Where do I send it? This one is a bit tricky because, let me explain. Because with this one, you don't let the prospect the choice of saying no. You just ask where you're gonna send it, and they're gonna think you're silly because you actually contacted them by email, right? So they're gonna say, well, of course, on the email you've contacted me. But yeah, that's good. You just want to trigger them a little bit, all right? Be careful with this. Doesn't work all the time. What else? Well, just a few different ways to say this. Maybe try with ChatGPT, and you either do a closed question, which is the prospect can reply with a yes or no, or with a question where the prospect can reply with yes, or where, or whatever. When do I send it? You know, but be careful with those because it's quite arrogant, I would say. So it depends. It has to be authentic with you. I'm going to go with this one for this example. Now we just need what's on top of the question. So are you opposed to me sending it to you? Sending what? An insight. And this is going to be social proof. So what we want to send is related to this. And it's going to be an insight because that's the thing that has the most value and that doesn't require a lot of risk from the prospect. So let me think a little bit. All right. Because our service is about building infrastructure to increase the customer lifetime value of the customers of the creator, then we can ask, do you already have a system to increase your customers' lifetime value? Simple question. It doesn't seem too pushy, too salesy. Do you already have a system to increase your customers' lifetime value? Maybe we can make it more less marketing-like, but let's keep it at that for the moment. So what you want to say is, do you already have a system to blah blah blah? I don't know, achieve desired outcome, solve the pain. It could be, for example, when you have a look at the offer, we have the pains here. We need to find something that's a bit generic, but specific as well, because it's going to be a massive campaign. Now, if you really want to take it to the next level, you can customize that thing. Let me show you real quick, because that's actually very helpful. Is that you could write something like, do you already... Let me do it here. You could actually replace that sentence here with a variable. Question email 1, all right? And then whenever you do the outreach, you could add a new, let's do it here. You could add this variable here, question email 1. And this would be the variable that you would add on every different prospect. So do you a proven way for your body shred, yeah, clients to help each other out, right? And this would replace the whole thing here, but that's not what we're gonna do here. It was just advice for you if you want to push your customization to the next level. What we want to use is product name. So I'm going to use that one. Put it here. Put product name here. Yeah, that's an example. And the product name, so I forgot to add it here. It would be, let's add it here. So you can easily find it here. Let's just take one of them. So total body shred guide. That's quite specific. And let's put it here. What the fuck is this? All right. That's it. Then whenever we export the list, it's going to take this as a product name variable. That's the goal here. All right. So those are examples, but I need to use one of them. And let's keep it simple for the sake of the example and use this one. Now, when it comes to the social proof, you have to use what you already have. So you can say things like, I've done a report or doc that explains how to install this in your business. It is based on my experience with famous client 1 and relevant client 2. If the client is famous, you don't need to say more. If the client isn't famous but is relevant, then you can say relevant client 2 plus results. For example, it is based on my experience with John, and you can just say like 500K per month with our system, or whatever, 500K per month with his coaching business or info product. Or if you want to niche it down, fitness, coaching, fitness, whatever. Just you do you. I'm just trying to make it quite generic so we don't need to have too many variables. All right. So that's how you wanna say it. And the goal with this is, first of all, to tell people that you actually have a thing, you have a resource that can help them install this thing in their business that will help them increase their customer lifetime values, right? That's the purpose of this report, all right? And then you just say that it is based on your experience, so that this sentence here is just proving your expertise, all right? So, yeah, that's what you can use. Now, I'm obviously not going to send this. I'm going to put the name of a few of my clients, but it could be, again, if you don't have clients yet, maybe try to offer your services for free to someone you know, or someone that you would benefit from associating your image with. and then use that in your message, right? Or if you want to play it in a different way, you can say it is based on my analysis of very famous individual. And then you could say, I don't know, Sam Owens, Alex Hormozy, Alex Becker, whatever. Just use a big name. And this way, it's not your client. You're not saying it's your client. You're not lying. But you analyzed his work and you put it into a doc and you have an insight and then you want to deliver it to your prospects. So that's it. All right. So either this or another guy or gal who's famous in that space. All right. So that's it for the first email. I'm not going to make it longer because that was the biggest part actually, is to how to think clearly and how to write, how to come with the outline of a sequence and how to write the first email, because this one is the most important. All right. Then those are going to be easier to write. So yeah. So we just covered this. We started writing the sequences. So this is a work in progress. And then I'm going to show you how to write the rest and implement it instantly. And I also showed you how to figure out the custom values and CTA. So yeah, that's the goal with this. So next. Let me just see this. Yeah, so next we're going to write those sequences. We're going to implement them in our tool and just check a few settings so that you can launch in the best conditions possible. And once we've got this done, we're going to head over to the replying leads part.
Buenos dias. So before I finished the whole sequence, because we just diving into the whole writing the sequence, we just need to finish the other emails. I just wanted to quickly dive into the landing page, because here's the thing. When you're gonna send emails and you add your website here, or even if you don't add it, you're gonna send your emails with a domain name, all right, with your email. It's gonna be your name at blah blah blah.com. And even if you use a lot of different email addresses, you want to make sure that they all redirect to the same domain, which is your main website. In this website, you don't need to add a lot of stuff into it. You just want to make sure that it helps in getting you more trust if the leads are curious and they're going to visit your website, right? And so that's what we're going to cover today. So first of all, there's a lot of different ways to do websites, all right? WordPress, Wix, Webflow, System.io, ClickFunnels, GHL, Go High Level, and Card.co. What I would recommend though is to use either Card.co to get results fast and cheap, to get started ASAP. So if you're getting started, use Card.co. If you're advanced, chances are you're already using Go High Level, but if you're not, I would recommend this. Now this is 97 per month minimum, and this is like the pro version is like $19 a year, but there's even a free plan, all right? So it's very accessible. And with this one, we have a link in Content Operators here, which should get you a discount. I'm not sure about that, but I would appreciate if you used my link. And we also have a landing page template, so you don't have to do anything. You just click here and then you're ready to go, all right? You just need to replace the images here and the text, just so it's adapted to your experience. You can add a few logos or profile pics of the people you've worked with, a few text here, and then that's a present. I'm gonna show you the website that looks like the one I'm using with the images, all right? But that's basically the template, and you can straight away click here
and use it and just replace the images. Very fast, very easy. So if you're a member of contentoperators.com, you can do that. Now, to go back here, I'm just gonna show you what's on the website, and then you're gonna be ready to get started. So that's what it looks like, all right? It's just a logo here, a headline, as I said here. So logo, headline, VSL is not, you don't need to do this. I'm not using a VSL here. Then you have a button that gets you to the bottom of the page. You have the full ICP, so who you're targeting, who is this for, and just add a few description here. You want to make it as niched down as possible, all right? That's not the perfect way to do it, all right? I'm aware of that. I just try to counter objections with this website. So the first thing I say is no BS retainer fee, performance based only. So that's my approach of doing it. Now that's mainly marketing, because the way I've talked about the offer that we want to sell is to install an infrastructure, all right? And so that means you only need to do it once, but then you need to run it. And that's where the performance-based enters. Now, to justify getting money upfront, the way I would tell the prospect, and you're gonna see it later in the later episodes, is that it's performance-based, but I only ask for an advance of the cash upfront, which will then refund with our commission. For example, let's say we negotiate and we have a deal of a 25% of rev share or whatever, depending on the ebooks that we sell through our links or the new members that we get in the community. All right. And so let's say it's 25%. Now, what I can ask the client is to pay 3K upfront, for example, 2 to 5K upfront, and then we use that money to build the whole infrastructure, and I tell him that we're gonna refund it with the commission. So with the 25% per new sale that we are earning, we're not gonna be paid until we reach the upfront cost, which is, for example, 3K. So that's a way to do this. Now, you don't need to use that. It's just easier to sell, and when you want to get started, as I'm doing now, you want to have results as soon as possible. And then you can add more friction. For example, like you can say that you do that setup fee, then it's a setup fee, right? You do the setup fee at 3K, and then you also charge on a performance fee, right? Every month. You don't wait till you refund the setup fee. You could do that as well. It works. I already did it. I'm just giving you ways to be very persuasive at first, because that's what you want to do. You create flow, and then you add friction slowly and slowly until you can charge very high prices and people really want to work with you, and you can guarantee results. And you don't even need to guarantee results at the end, because if you do great job, then people are gonna refer you to other people. Yeah. So I talked too much about this, so let's go back to the website. So that's just a few ways to counter objections, to tell the people, to tell like who we are working with. So this is business that offer coaching courses, info products in the B2C space. A way to do this well would be to target an industry, for example, fitness or fighting or fishing or golfing. The more specific, the better, all right? And so yeah, we just add a few descriptions here, how it's going, so how we do the implementation, how fast they can get results, why us, so we justify with the results we've been able to do, and then we add a few profile pics of the people we've worked with. And what you can do here, if you don't have clients or you don't have anyone to add, you can add just logos that make you look like a more trustworthy person. Could be, you could say that you're powered by those tools here, right? I know it looks like you've been working with them, with OpenAI, Zapier, instantly, but you're just saying powered by. That's it. Just to add a few logos. I think it just makes the website looks cooler, but that's just a detail. Let's not focus on that. And then I just add some text, again, countering objections, then a small description of me. So a picture here with a small description. What I recommend is add a link to your LinkedIn here. That adds a bit of trust. And if you have a business partner, just like I do, well, you could do 2 columns here, all right? And it's very easy to edit. So that's the editor. It's basically drag and drop, all right? As easy as this. You can edit the text here, blah, blah, blah. And for the columns, as I showed you, so here you can replace the image. Here's as well. About the column, what you could do is this, columns, and then you just do this, right? You just duplicate it, boom, boom. You add a photo of your business partner here. You duplicate the text, you add it here, come on, and boom, that's it, all right? So now I don't need this, let's put it back. All right, so yeah, it's very, very easy to get started with this tool, card.co. So that was for the website, then the results. So use your results, of course, because you need to prove this. I can prove it if people ask me to prove it. And yeah, just screenshots, testimonials, whatever that gets you a bit of credibility. And then the Calendly. That's not technically a Calendly. That's because I use Go High Level. So this is just an integration of Go High Level. And yeah, but you could use Calendly as well. Doesn't matter really. It's just a detail. What you want to ask as questions is very simple. First name, last name, email, phone, and some additional information. Because if you do the way I'm showing you with the whole outreach campaigns where you get the data beforehand, then you're not gonna need a lot of information. You could ask what's your main obstacle, but you know the social media of your prospect, you know what their business is about, you know their price point. You might not know their revenue. You can have an estimation, but that's something you can ask, like how much money they're making, and what's their goal, and what's the obstacle that prevents them from reaching their goal. That's it. And Calendly is perfect for this. All right. So yeah, that was it. Feel free to use the template that's in the tools of content operators here, agency landing page template, so that you can get started as fast as possible. This whole series is all about getting as fast as possible, getting started as fast as possible, not being too fancy, being a bit messy, being a bit chaotic. But yeah, that's the way I want to do it. Not those fancy videos, because the truth is business is messy, business is chaotic, and it takes work to make it simple, to make it organized. So I just want to be true to it. So yeah, that's it for the website. Yeah, I think I covered everything. Get started with Card or Go High Level. That's a good one. If you want to use Go High Level, let me know in the comments or just DM me, because I wouldn't want to miss the opportunity to send you my affiliate link, and if you use it, then I'm gonna help you set it up. All right, so yeah, that's it, and let's keep going with the sequences, exporting the leads, importing them in instantly, and get that campaign going. Okay, let's go back to the step of contacting the leads, which is third step. So we warmed up the emails, we figured out how to get the custom values and what call to action we wanted to use. We started writing the sequences with the first email already done, and then we need to just add them in our tool, which will be instantly.ai, export our leads and import them in instantly as well, check the settings and launch the campaigns. So yeah, we'll just finish off the sequence first. So I just put this as a reminder that you don't necessarily want to position yourself as an agency, all right? Because I know you might think that positioning yourself as an agency looks like it's more premium, but it might do a disservice, because I think there's a reputation right now of agencies that's not that good, right? So I think you want to go the honest route, because you can't go wrong with this, all right? It's always a good idea to be honest, and if you're honest, chances are that you're just alone by yourself trying to start your business or just grow your current service business, right? And chances are that you're alone, or maybe you have a business partner. If that's the case, you don't need to position yourself as an agency, but just as a duo or a freelance even, or a content operator, right? A singular content operator, something like this. Because this way, it's easier to trust you, right? Because you're not trying to paint this image of a big CEO with a big corporation, and even that is that's not necessarily the right thing, right? Because when you talk like you're a CEO of a big company, people will think that it's going to be expensive for nothing, just because you need to pay your employees' salaries. That's how your prospect might think, right? And one thing you have to keep in mind is more philosophical here, but the market doesn't benefit from you scaling your service-based business or your agency unless you have a specific way to gather a lot of data and distribute that insight into the companies you work with. When you have this kind of agency, you just want to make like 10, 20, 50K per month. The market will benefit mostly from your experience, your time in their companies, or your effort to build an infrastructure in their companies, right? Now, if you already have this infrastructure ready, then it's another thing. But the positioning of being a single operator who's coming in a company and installing the infrastructure is a good one. Just like a strong developer, a skilled developer who can code in any language and who masters AI and machine learning and all that stuff, right? So I don't know if that's clear, but I just wanted to tell you about the framing of the whole thing, right? You don't need to say, yes, we're gonna see with the team how it goes. You can just talk and tell people that just you're by yourself and you've accumulated experience, and you position yourself as a consultant, as a singular consultant. So with that said, I just wanted to change the first email because with time, then you have new ideas, and I think that could be improved. So this, let me put it in white because I don't like it like this. This benefit here is not that specific, right? It's not very exciting. So let's try to make it more specific. I'm thinking of, do you already have a system to make your current client, not to make your client recurrent? And then that's where you want to call out the benefits. Coaches, for example, let's say we're targeting coaches that we got on YouTube. So it's coaches with an audience on YouTube, are making 20 to 50K per month with this. Actually, let's make it less salesy. I know coaches with an audience on YouTube who are making 20 to 70K per month. Boom. I've done a report that explains how to install their system, this system, Let me think. By the way, I just reviewed it and it doesn't make sense to say this at first. We need to make sense of the product name. So I was watching the last video on YouTube and came across your offer. Boom. Then I was wondering if you already had a system to make your clients recurrent. I know coaches with an audience on YouTube who are making 70K per month. I've done a report that explains how to install this in your business. Actually, the good word would be how to replicate it in your business. It is based on my experience with XYZ and ABC. Are you opposed to me sending it to you? Kasimi, founder of blah blah blah. All right, let's go with that. We can always iterate later on. All right, we just need to make it not too salesy, with a clear benefit and some social proof. All right, if we respect those rules, then it should be fine. So next emails, email 2. All right, I've got all of my emails ready. We've got the leads. Now we only have a few leads from what I've shown you, right? So what you want to do from now on is go on a outreach routine. So outreach is the most important thing you can do, right? Let me put it here. That's the most important thing. And so what you want to do is first thing in the morning is you do 100 minutes of outreach, all right, at the minimum, and then maybe later you can do more of that. And the goal is that at first you're not going to get a lot of replies. So you want to do this every day, even if you get a lot of replies. And then after you've done your 100 minutes, then you can reply to leads, and you do all of your other tasks, all of your content, all of your fulfillment, all right? So that's the priority. Content, fulfillment, and then your life, right? But you want to make sure that you do this first, because that's what's gonna get you eyeballs, that's what's gonna get you clients, that's what's gonna get you money. Okay, so just stick to this routine and never stop, and that's what I'm gonna do as well. And so with the routine of sniping that I showed you at first, it's gonna take a little while to get a lot of leads. But that's because we have a highly targeted approach. We're only using the variables of product name and first name, but it takes a bit of research, right? You have to just like I showed you with that lead here. So as I showed you, you have to go on YouTube. You have to type a few keywords. You have to find the website, and then in the website you have to find the products. All right, you need to go in the menu. Come on. All right, so it takes a bit of work, and I would say from my experience that it takes around 5, for the fastest it could take 5 minutes to 15 or 20. All right, now let's say it takes 10 minutes, because the thing is, you're not gonna write the message, a new message over and over again, unless you want to add some other variables. For example, here, like the sequence I've showed you could be improved with another variable. For example, the last video name, and then you would be very competitive. All right, because you could use the last video name, and you could say something like, oh, I was watching this video and then I came across your product name and blah 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 blah. All right, it's up to you. The more specific, the better. All right, so you need to be patient with this game here. But let's say it takes 15 minutes. That's so that's 6, let's say 7 leads per session of 100 minutes. Or let's say you want to target, I don't know, 10 leads. All right, 10 leads is a good target. And if you do 7 because it took more time, well, that's okay. But the thing is, you just want to make sure you do this, and then later in the day you can do more outreach, right? You just want to make sure that it's a habit, because that's the most important thing of your business. So yeah, you might do 10 leads per day. At least that's what my team was on when we were doing sniping, and that's okay. All right, it's highly targeted, so it's worth it. You're gonna get higher reply rates, higher open rates, and yeah, just higher engagement. So that's what you want to do. Now, for the sake of the video, I've already done this work, so I have a few leads to get started with, so that I can show you results as fast as possible. And again, I use the same methods. You can see them even on my YouTube channel. One of my oldest videos, I use the same exact method. All right, this is the first one. All right, this one. Well, it's a bit outdated, but it's the same method, basically going on YouTube, getting the leads. All right, so that's what you want to do. You want to really create a routine of reaching out to those people. But for the sake of the video, I've already gathered some leads in a specific niche, which I'm going to launch. It's here with 336 leads, and that makes, if it's 15 minutes per leads, divided by, yeah, that's around 80 hours, maybe less than that. That's quite a lot. So if you do 4 hours per day, that's 20 days. All right, so let's see how it goes with this. Now, you don't, as I said, you're gonna have high open rates and high reply rates. If you don't have those reply rates, it means you're not doing a good work with the customization. And what you want to do is keep going and iterate with your campaigns and your results. All right, I just forgot to mention the full schedule and options. So schedule could be every day. I like to put it every day except Sunday, because people are working on Saturdays as well, from 9 a.m. to that's important, because you want to make sure you can reply as fast as possible. So try to put the hours where you would be able to reply. And so, as I said, you want to work in the mornings, do the outreach, get new leads, and then have some time to reply, which is important, because you're not going to be able to do as much as a deep work session when you need to reply to leads, right? So let's put it in the afternoon, let's say from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. or 8 p.m. Yeah, that's just a detail, but yeah, I just like to put it in the afternoon so that if I get a reply, I'm ready to reply as fast as possible and increase the chances of getting the lead into a client or into a call or into a Loom or whatever. Just getting the lead interested while they're warm. All right, so let's save it, and then options. Wait, what is this? No, that's fine. Options, accounts to use. So you want to choose the emails you're going to use. So I'm going to use the ones that are getting warmed up, of course. That's it. So I have those 3 emails which are warming up at the rate of 100 emails per day, which means I can send a lot of emails. I don't want to overload them because it could affect the reputation of my domains. So I will just use 3 of them. You can use 1 of them. You can use 1 email address, all right? Don't need to make it complicated. Just make sure it's warmed up at the 3rd of the sending capacity. Let me show you real quick. So if you have, like, if you're doing sniping like I do, you don't need to send a lot of emails per day, right? But eventually with the replies and the sequences, it's going to send a lot of emails. So let's say you want to send 100 emails per day per account, so per email address. then a third of this is 33 emails. And so that's your warm up. That's the minimum, right? You could do more than that. You can warm up to 100 emails and send 100 emails. That's fine too, but that's the minimum. All right. So yeah, that's it for the options. Then stop sending emails on reply. Yep. I want to enable this open tracking. So that's to track whether they open the links. And as you remember, we only put a link to my LinkedIn, which is not really important. So don't track it. And remember, if you choose to track the links, it's going to add a bit of code in your message. And that bit of code will decrease the chances of deliverability. So you want to avoid all kind of codes. You just want to have the open tracking. No, what did I do? No, you want to have the open tracking, but not the link tracking. All right, that's fine. This way you can track the rate to which your prospects open your emails, but not the links. That's what I wanted to say. Delivery optimization, we don't care about this. Daily limit, max number of emails to send per day for this campaign. Let's put it to 100 for now. Advanced options, provider matching. That's good if you use other email providers. I use Namecheap, so privateemail.com. If you use Google, if you use a Gmail account, that's great. So it's gonna send the email to the Gmail accounts with your own Gmail account. So it just boosts deliverability. And that's another one. So if you send an email to a company, so to a domain name, let's say there's Alex at xyz.com and Sarah at xyz.com. Whenever one of them replies, it's gonna stop sending to this domain, right? And it's a good thing so that you don't seem too spammy. Insert unsubscribe link header. Oh, that's new. That's quite new. That's a good one. But I would rather ask the leads to reply stop so that it boosts deliverability. So you don't need to check it. And yeah, that's basically it. Just let it like it is, and that's fine. Let's save it and launch. The next phase, which will be about replying to the leads. All right. So we're here, and then we need to reply to those leads with the looms I'm gonna do, the structure of the offer, and of course we have the closing, which is gonna be the last step. Well, not the last step, because then we have onboarding, and then we have fulfillment. All right, so let's leave it at that for now and just start with the routine. Now, the reason in the beginning I talked about warming up the emails is that now we're fully ready, right? I have these emails that are warming up. They're sending like 100 emails per day, which means we're gonna be able to send a lot of emails very fast. All right. So then I hope I get overwhelmed by the replies because of that. But yeah, let's just do the work. If you don't get replies at first, it's okay. Just keep going. 10 leads is nothing. Even 300 leads is not a lot. All right. You need thousands of leads to really have big results. But chances are you could just find one lead and it's a good one. All right. It's a bit of a it's not a bit of, it's a numbers game. That's it. It's a numbers game. So just put in the numbers, put in the hours, and you're gonna get through it. So on the next episode, we're gonna hopefully get some replies, and I'm gonna show you how I handle those replies, how I reply to the leads, and how I get them to move forward with me with the offer. Thanks for your time, and see you very soon. Bye-bye. New episode of the operator's journey. So, quick update. We're at the stage of replying to the leads. A lot happened in the past few days. I wasn't able to document everything because I have a lot to manage. on the side, and you know, building a business messy. So this is a true representation of it. It's raw, it's authentic. So what happened in the past few days, I got some replies on a campaign running. I tried on two niches. So it's always about YouTube, info product or coaches, entrepreneurs that use YouTube as an audience, that use YouTube as a channel of acquisition. And I've tried on the French market as well, so on different language, but the market needs are still the same. What did I do? Because I got those replies, I created a pitch deck to send them, because that's what I talk in my emails. Just as a quick reminder, first, I'm just going to show you the first email, right? So that you get reminded of the call to action. So, hey, first name, I was watching your last video and I came across your offer, blah, 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 coaches. Then I was wondering if you already had a system to make your clients recurrent. So that's the big idea, all right? And then I talk about how I saw coaches with an audience on YouTube who are making 20 to 70K a month. And I've done a report that explains how to replicate it in their business, and that it is based on my experience with other clients. So yeah, are you opposed to me sending it to you? That's the message, right? Then I follow up with just a few messages that I already showed you, right? So let's move on to the updates. So I create a pitch deck to send them that report, which is a Loom. So I make them believe that's just a doc, but then I send them a Loom, which is a kind of a surprise, and it's way better than a doc. It feels more personalized, and so that's the surprise I want to create, and so I can build rapport with them. And that's, yeah, I created a macro, so a template to reply to them faster. And the pitch deck has a evergreen plus custom part, which I'm gonna show you. All right, so that's what happened. And I got one call, and I've got a lot of interested prospects. Let me show this to you. So in that campaign, interested. So yeah, a lot of interested prospects, so that's great. And I already sent how many looms? I sent 14 looms, so 14 leads that are very hot, all right, with just 250 leads, and we're just 25% in, all right, so there's a lot to do. There's a lot of progress. So yeah, that was it. Now, I will explain you how I did all of this stuff and break it down to you so you understand how to replicate it with your own business. So the first thing is one of the positive reply I've got. So I showed you the sequence. Then that's the reply I got. I'm going to translate it because it's in French. So I enjoyed this video and your analysis. I'd like to have a call with you to discuss how we can work together. Practical details and of course pricing. Would you be willing to give me a call? Kind regards. So that's how it went. I just created then a call on Go High Level because I use Go High Level, but Calendly is fine, all right? You can use Calendly as well. And that's basically the call, right? The form is just first name, last name, email, phone. That's it. Pretty simple. Just the only thing that's specific here that's maybe different from what you've seen is that I put a 3 days buffer, so I have the time to get ready for the call, because before the call I want to send not a lot of looms, but I want to send another loom in which I give a lot of data, a lot of insights, so it makes the call as short as possible. Because the thing is, here is the thing. So whenever we get the first reply, we send a loom, all right, which I'm going to show you later. I'm going to show you how I created it, all right, the whole report. That Loom has the goal to show authority, present yourself, so create trust with you, with your company, which is usually the same thing, and talk about the product that you actually do and the opportunity and how it connects with the current opportunity, with the current trend. And then, so yeah, explain what we do. I show examples, case studies. You need to create authority with those case studies as fast as possible within the first minutes, and show how it applies to them, and then put a call to action to learn more or to a call. I would recommend going with the calls first, even though we don't like sales calls. I hate sales calls, all right? I'm not a closer, even though I have to do this, and I've been quite good at this, but I don't really enjoy it, all right? Now, it's not about what you enjoy, it's about what you need to do. And so I like to put a buffer time of 2 to 3 days. Then it might be less for you, because if you have more time, then you can just put 1 day, all right? But because I have other stuff to manage, I need some time to get ready. And whenever the lead books a call, I want to come back to him with another video in which I will dive deeper in their business, and already imagine scenarios in how they could apply my system, all right? So that we don't waste time in the call trying to explain this, because trust me, if you're not ready with all of this, with all the scenarios, because you're the expert, you need to be the one who knows what's the best thing to do. Now, of course, you don't have all the info, and that's why you want to prepare scenarios and questions you need to ask the prospect in order to confirm your strategy, all right? But the goal with that Loom is to project them into having the results that you sold on the first Loom, all right? But for that episode, I'm just going to cover this, all right? The first one. And then just basic stuff. You want to sell reminders, you want to send reminders. So that's just a workflow which you can do with Zapier or Go High Level, which is 24 hours, 4 hours, and 1 hour before the call, so that you increase your chances of them showing up. And with all of that, the goal is to not end up with 2 hours calls. That's horrible. That's terrible. You know, that's a nightmare. Like, that actually makes me want to get a job, okay? And the call is just here to review what you sent, all the documentation that you sent, ask questions, close the deal, and send the invoice. That's the actual goal of the call. All right, now let me show you how I did the pitch deck. So it is here. All right, so that's the whole pitch deck. All right, I'm just gonna explain it to you real quick from that point of view. So it starts with presenting me, my history, and my business partner. Now, if you don't have a business partner, just be honest, be authentic. Talk about how you're a freelance or you're just working by yourself. There's no right or wrong here, all right? You just need to be authentic and tell your story. There's no story that's better than another. It's just your story. And then you just show the results that you've been able to do for your clients. And that's what I do here. I present some of the clients I've had. Now, the reason I don't show them here is that, you know, I know a lot of you guys are very smart, but some people just copy and paste without thinking about just replacing with their own experience, all right? So that's why I don't want to just give away their identity and make other people use them, all right? Because who knows, maybe that video will be viral and we'll have millions of views. So that's why I talk about my company, and then I talk about the whole storytelling behind the recurrence of the clients, which is the big idea of the sequence. And let me break it down. So, by the way, the story is just about me, my name, where I'm based, what I did before, which is the army and being a firefighter. And then I traveled, met lots of cool people. Then the results, then the quick summary of my company, and then this. How to create recurrence. And so I talk about how I'm subscribed to that gym, to that franchise here, which is $50 per month, and how a gym is basically a commodity, because you could find those machines, you know, that's the leg extension here. I love it, by the way. And you know, all these machines, you can find them anywhere, all right? You can find in any gym. But the thing that makes that gym unique is the fact that I create relationships with other people. You know, when I go to the gym, I usually meet people that I see sometimes, and whenever you see someone like more than 3 or 4 times, sometimes you just say hello, and then it creates that habit that you see them, you do some chit chat with them, you create a small relationship, right? It's not gonna become your best friends, but still, it's always cool to see those people and talk with them sometimes. And sometimes we help each other, sometimes we spot each other on the bench press. So I just enjoy this, and that's the thing that creates that makes a gym go from a commodity to something unique, all right? Because the people I meet in those gyms, in that gym specifically, I cannot replicate it anywhere else, right? Even if that gym, there's a lot of those gyms in the country, I cannot see the same array of people in those other gyms. And so I create the habit of going there, which makes me not want to cancel my subscription. See what I mean? And so that's how it creates recurrence. That's how it makes me not want to cancel my subscription, because I want to keep seeing those people. And so that's the same thing. I give another example with a university. In university, there's a lot of courses which are honestly outdated. In university is usually late by 5 or 10 years on the real world. But the thing that makes university valuable is not the courses, it's the relationship that you get out of meeting people, out of getting new friends. Even my current business partner, I met him in university. That's how valuable it is. And so you just want to talk about personal stories that show how communities and relationship create recurrence. All right, that's the whole thing about it. But you don't want to talk too much about it, all right? And then I talk about how do entrepreneurs with a YouTube audience do to replicate that effect. And now if you don't have this target audience, you just want to replace it with your own. Once I'm done with this, I follow up with a small case study which you can replicate, because it's not based on my results. It is based on the school games, because it's a bit trendy, and so I like to use it as an example. And so I was using the last leaderboard as an example of how creators with a YouTube audience were able to create a lot of new monthly recurring revenue within a month. All right, it goes from 6K to 88K per month. And so I just use that example to show them that it's possible first, so that it breaks the belief that it's not possible. And then I take just an example here of Max. I like Max because he's been breaking down his whole strategy on YouTube, and so that's why I used his example. And then I follow up with a small case study here, going from his YouTube channel with his only call to action, which is redirecting to his Max Premium community, which is $100 per month. And then I talk about what's included in that community, which is a lot of courses about SMMA, high ticket services. And then I talk about how those courses, you can find them anywhere, all right? You can even find them on YouTube for free. But it's not the courses that make that community valuable and that make 600 people pay $100 a month, all right? That's not what makes it valuable. What makes it valuable is just like the gym here, is the people you meet and the network you create. Yeah, where was that? And so that's how I explain it, all right? And then I follow up with another example. Just gonna quickly go over it, but it's basically, he has a YouTube channel and then a community, and within the community there's courses, but there's the network, and then within that community he upsells into a coaching, all right? And that's an old client of ours. So yeah, that's how I explain it. And then I end up with the conclusion that it's always easier to sell to current clients than to new prospects, all right? It requires less effort. And so by having a community, a paid community, you basically have an audience of clients which are very qualified for your other products, your other coachings and services. So that's it for that part. And that's when I stop. Wait. What the fuck? that's when I stopped the evergreen loom. All right, that's the end of evergreen loom, because at that point I'm just going to send the same part to all the prospects. Now, just don't try to automate everything at first. Get some reps from here to there, all right? Get some reps in, do like 3 to 5 videos all the way from start to finish, and then you can do some evergreen stuff because you need some reps, all right? But that's how I do, so that I don't need to repeat all this stuff, which basically applies to any of my prospects. And then I follow up with the next part, which is about, I just go on a YouTube channel. I'm going to show you an example. So at that point, I start another loom, and I make sure I wear the same shirt and I have the same haircut and trim, you know, so that I always look the same and it doesn't look like it's 2 different videos. And I try to have the same lighting, so that's very important. And I follow up by going on the YouTube channel. So I'm just going to take that example. It's not the best example because this guy has everything set up, but I just go on the YouTube channel pretty quick. I analyze the bio, the link, the few videos, the views that it makes. I go on one video, I check the description, the comments, and then I talk about how seeing a lot of comments here is a very good sign to create a community, because you can see a lot of people that are engaged, but they're not engaging with each other, all right, apart from the likes here. But there could be a lot of value into exchanging value between those members, and then I explain it later. And so that's what I check, and then I go, for example, on the website. Yeah, that doesn't apply here. Let's take some products, all right? And then I talk about how all of these products could be used to make a community valuable. For example, within a school community, but it could be Discord or Mighty Networks, all right? It could work with anything. How we could take all the info products, put them in the classroom with modules, so that it would take intrinsic value of the community to the community, all right? But then the actual product, the actual value is the community. It's not just the modules, all right? We just want people to come for the courses, or you know, the value here, and stay for the community, because that's the actual product, just like the example of the gym. When I'm done with the analysis of the socials, I follow up with how to apply this to their own situation. And I just give out a plan. Then it depends on what prospect you're talking to, but I talk about how we would do from scratch. So we would build the community infrastructure. We would prepare engagement posts so that we are sure to keep the community engaged between each other, because that's the goal. Then I talk about how we're going to do strategic invitation to get the core audience, the core members, so 10 to 50 members, to get the community started. How we're going to do a progressive deployment to avoid interfering with the existing business model. That's very important, because sometimes you're going to talk with a lot of entrepreneurs who already have a business that's working, and they wouldn't want to take the risk to just start from scratch again, right? So you have to make sure that your strategy is just complementing their own and making them more money or less stress or whatever. And then I end up with a content strategy to attract new community members. And then I talk about the results. So the goal of that part is to project the leads into having the results, which is solve the lack of recurring revenue. So that's the dream, right? Don't stop relying on launches, which is the fact with info products, you always have to do launches, which is quite stressful, and you need to always update the courses. Avoid product info products saturation, which is, for example, when you consume an info product, then the value is equals to 0, right? And so that's why you want to use them to attract people and get them in the community, so that you keep the value out of the thing that the client consumed. Then you don't want to rely on a few high-ticket customers. which a community allows you to do, because you're going to have a base with a lot of paying customers. Even if they pay low ticket, you can have more volume, which allows you to diversify your income streams, and you don't want to waste time on unqualified prospects. You only want to work with customers. Even if they pay $10 per month, they're still customers. They're still super qualified, all right? And if you sell coaching, that's even more important, because coaching has a lot to do with the client, all right? If the client isn't very qualified, it's going to be hard to get them results. But when they're qualified, for example, they're already part of the community, they're already aligned with the values of the brand, then it's going to be much more easier to get them results, which is going to be a win-win situation for both of the parties, right? And then you get independence from social media, because you invest in a community, which is even better than a email list, email database. And I talk about how companies that acquire other companies look for a lot of different factors, but one of them is the database of clients. And here with the community, with the school community, a Discord community, mostly a school community, because on Discord, I don't know if you can extract emails, but yeah, anyways, with a list of community members that have relationships within each other, you not only have a list, but you have a list of people that are connected within each other, all right? And that's a big asset that will increase in value over the years, because that's what companies are looking for niched audiences, and even more if they have a link between each other, because they created the habit of interacting with each other. And that's great. And in order to explain it, I just show some drawings, which is about going from the creator to individual relationship, which is unilateral and has linear value. Let me explain this real quick. So for each new client or new community member, you have a linear increase of the value exchange, because it's only a relationship between the creator and the individual, all right? It's one-to-one, all right, with info products and all that stuff. So it's just linear. It's not very, very interesting. But when you go in the community aspect, the community paradigm, then it becomes exponential, because you also have the relationship with your audience on one-to-one, but your audience, your community, has a relationship with each other, which allows the value exchange to be exponential, because for each new client, then each client can interact with all the other clients, which makes the whole ecosystem much more valuable. And that's how it becomes exponential. Then I just take a tweet that I liked, which is about content versus community. Content is becoming, an AI generated commodity, which means it's very easy to create content nowadays, even more with Sora from OpenAI. And so community is getting more and more important, because it's the thing that you cannot replicate, all right? You cannot replicate a community, because humans are social. They will always want to be social, and not with machines, even though some people do crazy stuff with like AI dolls, but that's another story, right? People want to have friends, right? And so that's the hypothesis we're relying on, right? And then I just follow up with a few bonuses that people get by implementing this whole thing, which is saving their audience from loneliness and hire ultra qualified talent, because a lot of clients I've worked with hired their talent from their clients, from their community, all right? And it's a great way to hire, because those people are fully invested, they're already aligned with your values, they spend a lot of hours with you through your content, so they understand you a lot, all right? So that's a really good thing. You can also add networking opportunities, and yeah, and then I just go on with scenarios just to project them into how it could look like. I talk about how we want to have hundreds of members in a community, in a low ticket community, and what it would look like with numbers. And that serves as a base, just as a base that will then help us sell other stuff. And that's, for example, coachings and programs for $2,000, 5 to 10 clients per month, because that requires a lot of effort. So you cannot have hundreds of clients with this. Then it depends on your infrastructure. And that's how I project them into making like 5 figures per month to 16K to 60K per month, for example. And that's just to start with, right? And then I end up with just saying that the reason I'm doing those videos is because we're searching for our new partners, and we only work with X amount of people per quarter or per semester. You want to make it scarce, right? And we only work performance based, which is why we don't want to work with anyone. And the reason I made this video for that prospect is because I see the potential. And yeah, and then I end up saying that I'm available for any question. If they want to talk, if they want to learn more about this, we can talk about it in the call, or I can record another video just like this. So that's the whole pitch. I'm gonna share one actual Loom that I sent to my prospects so that you can see how it looks like. And yeah, that's basically the whole pitch. Now, make sure you adapt it to yourself. And when I talk about performance-based, you might ask yourself, like, how do you actually sell it? I'm going to explain to you later, because that's on the other part of it, on the other Loom, in which I explain the whole roadmap. All right, so that's going to be for later. But trust me, it's a good one. It's not just we start performance based. All right, so just trust me on that. And yeah, that's basically it for the pitch. So let's move on to the next part. Yeah, by the way I send it is through I'm gonna show you the message I use to actually send that Loom. All right, let's imagine I'm done with the Loom. All right, so I've recorded the evergreen part, and then I've recorded the customized part, and here's how it goes. So first of all, here's how I use the variable feature of a Loom, which is basically, I have my evergreen part here, all right? And I just create a variable here with the first name of the lead, all right? Just do like this. For example, I create one video, and then here's how it goes. I got this video here, which is the evergreen part, which is 5 minutes long. Should be shorter, but yeah, I'm gonna improve it over time. And then I record the customized part as I showed you, from here to there. And then I just add it, with this feature here. Let me show it to you real quick. So we just edit the video, trim and stitch, add clip, and you just add the clip that you've just done, right? It's super easy. Now let me show you the actual message that I send to my prospects. All right, so I've saved a macro, which is a template. It's this one, and so I just say hello, first name. Thank you for your patience. I was originally going to send a document, but I thought it would be better to make a short video where I explain how to apply this recurrent strategy to your case. And then I plug the Loom. Does this system make sense? And then I sign and I send. And whenever I send it, I just do a reminder in 3 days from the moment I send it. But then the better thing to do, which we're in the process of implementing, is whenever we change. By the way, we create new labels. So Loom sent, Loom to do. So whenever we've got new prospects who are interested, we put them as Loom to do. And then whenever I send this message, we put them as Loom sent. And then the next thing to do is to create a subsequence here. Now it depends on the tool you're using, right? But that should be or write on a lot of tools. So you create a subsequence that gets activated whenever the lead is marked as Loom sent. And then here you make sure you do follow-ups so that you're not wasting the hours you put into doing those looms, because I know it requires effort, and so you don't want them to miss it. And so you're gonna follow up with them. You can do like 10 messages, I don't care. You don't want to waste your time here, and just remind them that you've sent the loom. All right, so that's the next part. So that's about it with the whole replies. And next part is going to be about the closing. So maybe there's something in between. All right, let's add calls. That's going to be 6. That's going to be 7. That's going to be 8. All right, so we're done with this part. Now this part is a constant work in progress. All right, but I'm just done explaining it to you. Then I'm going to show you what happens once the call is booked, which is going to be about automations, not reminders, automation, Loom, not Loom, but video nurturing and qualification, and preparing the sale. So yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, that's going to be the next part, in which I will show you the whole pitch that I will prepare in order to project the leads and give them more trust, build more rapport, in order to make the call not 2 hours long. All right, the goal is to make it 30 minutes maximum. The goal is to just ask a few questions, agree on the terms of the contract, and send the invoice. So yeah, that's it for that episode. See you on the next one. Peace. All right, guys, quick update of the operator's journey. So it's gonna be about the call that I've had with a prospect who's a coach and all around health and how to eat healthy. And so I did the call. I hope you can hear me well. Yep. All right, the mic is set up. So yeah, I did the call a few days ago, and I just wanted to update you on that call. So by the way, the call is here. I'm not gonna show everything because it's like an hour 40 minutes long. By the way, that's not a good thing. All right, that's not a goal to do such long calls, but it was okay for me to do this because it was more of a data collection thing, right? I wasn't urged by doing it as short as possible, and I wasn't even urged to close it. Of course, you should always close if you can, but it was more to get to know the market. You know, as I said before, it's an iterative process. You have to just get as much information as possible. And with this call here, I got a lot of information. And so I even found new marketing angles in which we could rely, not just the community thing with the recurring revenue that I showed you on the email sequences. I found a new angle that's all about removing the stress that those infopreneurs and coaches can experience. And it's very hard, like for her, for that prospect, she doesn't have a single minute for herself, right? And so that's a great angle that we can help, because we're content operators, which means she's a creator. She creates content to have her audience consuming her products. And we're here to facilitate the whole operations behind that. And so just to give you a quick overview, I don't have much time today, so I took some notes on my notepad here. So she has a high ticket program, which is around 1K, and it's like a 6-month program, mostly info product. So a course. What does she make? She makes 1 webinar a month, which she sells to her email list, and then she sells her program. She makes around 30K per month with this, but she works a lot and she doesn't have high margins. So this is why there's a lot of work to do in the operations. And what else can I find in the notepad? Yeah, she doesn't have a great conversion rate with her conference, and she doesn't really enjoy doing it, right? So the goal is to really remove her from that kind of selling tool, right? Because anything could work. Webinar, copywriting, sending emails, content. The goal is to find the thing that she wants to do, right? So this way she has more energy doing it and she's going to get better results. And that goes for anyone. And so in terms of involvement in, if we were to build a community, she doesn't have much time, maybe one call per week or each 2 weeks. And yeah, essentially she's very stressed out and she wants to get her freedom back. And so I asked a lot of questions, and the thing that was hard in the call, so I'm not going to show it because it's pretty long, but by the way, I use this app tldv.io to record the call and have a summary done with AI. It's a great tool, first time using it. So yeah, what I noted is that I didn't have a clear example of her case, which is in the health industry, with a community that would really bring her monthly recurring revenue. I had a lot of other examples, but I didn't have a clear example that looked just like her, and that's the thing I need to be ready with. That's why I put the buffer time to book a call with me with at least 3 days, so that I have time to do this. And so the research, the preparation is one of the most important phases, right? It's just like in war. You need to prepare yourself. You need to do readiness, to train so that you're ready for war. And that's the same thing with the calls, even though the risk is not the same. And so, yeah, the strategy here, by the way, I pitched a 5K offer, which is building the infrastructure. So build and release, we just build the thing and then she can manage it, or we can go on the second phase. Let me show it to you. So essentially there's 2 phases. The phase 1 is like building phase, and phase 2 is commission based, which means we build the whole infrastructure and then we run it if she wants to, because maybe she wants to run it with her own team, which I understand. And then we can just give SOPs and guidelines so that her team is able to run it. And that's perfectly fine, right? Because sometimes it's not a great match, but you still do the work here. And that I pitched at 5K for now, just to get started. And so it includes all the things from optimizing the offer, the funnels, email sequences, building the community, adding the posts, the modules, the courses, the funnel with the call to action, opt-in page, sales page, VSL, and inviting the members, and doing the content strategy. So basically that's it, with a guarantee of input, because it's hard to guarantee the output for now. So we guarantee the input, right? And so yeah, just project her on how we get to work. So I send the contract and then I invite her in our client Discord so that she has access to us every day, and I ask questions before all of that. So that was the summary of it. Now, yeah, as I said, I pitched her the 5K. By the way, this is in progress, by the way. Yeah. So I pitched her 5K, and yeah, so now she told me she's gonna give me a reply in the next week. By the way, that's almost as a lost lead, right? You should never get them. You should never leave the call before you book another call. But I didn't do it, so that's bad. Don't take example on it. I'm just in that discovery phase, right? So it's still a work in progress. It's still chaotic for now, but you know, I have other things to manage as well. So I'm just doing my best, and hopefully you can get the most out of it. So yeah, I'm gonna plan another call with her next week, and the goal is before the call, I'm gonna prepare a strong pitch deck, right, with a clear example on how she could get less stressed, get her time back, and create recurring revenue without her having to always manage the things, always be here for calls, right? The goal is to create freedom, and if we can pull this off, then it's a great angle, it's a great offer that we can use with a lot of different other entrepreneurs who are very busy. They're gonna like it for sure. So this is why I take the time to do it well. And we're preparing, I'm preparing this offer right now. I'm gonna document it as well so that you can see what's my thinking process behind that. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna come with. So it's all gonna be about community and trying to find a way to optimize her operations. So get to learn more about her business, how she manages things, and replace the people that are not efficient and that are getting paid too much with strong operations, technology, and yeah, that's gonna be it. So I'm gonna show you everything in details. I'm just gonna work on a new pitch deck on this tool. So yeah, you're gonna have full details. Yeah. So that's it for now. See you on the next episode. Peace. Morning operators, quick review of what happened in the past few days. I didn't record everything because I thought it would be too redundant, and I only want to deliver gems here so I don't waste your time. Now, if it's part of the thinking process, then I'm going to share it, right? So, I've talked in the last episode, I've talked about how I've pitched an offer to a coach. She wasn't interested. Well, I didn't do my job of convincing her because, first of all, she's not exactly my target. And here's the thing, that's important to note, is that you don't want to sell anything to anyone at all costs, right? Because I know when you don't have a lot of cash flow, then you're ready to sell anything to anyone, but the truth is you're gonna pay it in the long term. And when you work with people who aren't really aligned with what you can provide and who aren't in the position to experience the best results from working with you, then you set yourself up for failure and for bad reputation, bad results, bad everything, all right? And this can lead very far, right? So you don't want to do this if you don't feel that you're gonna bring the best results. And that's what I felt, so this is why I didn't went full on hardcore shark marketing sales. But nevertheless, that was a lead, and I didn't take the opportunity here. Now I just sent a last email, which was like, all right, let us know if you're interested. We're closing the doors. Now let me find it for you. So that was the message. Hello, thank you for your time. I totally understand your decision. Our call gave me a better understanding of all the factors that drain your energy, your margins, and add considerable stress to your life. By the way, that was a great angle because she is basically a infopreneur. She sells like high ticket programs, 1K, and then lower ticket courses. And so she was very stressed out, and her brand is about taking care of one's self and one's health. So it was totally in contradiction with her way of operating her business. And so that's an angle you can use, right? Is to help people stress less. And so I just sent this message, which was a summary of a last Loom I sent her, which was just figuring out how to simplify her business, reduce stress, and the new proposal, which was a downsell, because at first I sold the full infrastructure, which I showed in the last episode, for 5K. Then she told me she was okay with that, but with installments, so it was 2.5K, and then 1.25 and 1.25. That was the deal. And then I downsold her on 3K by removing the whole content production, which is costly and not really, she didn't need it because she already had as an audience, right? So that's what I sent, and then that's the message where I put urgency, which was I'll be available until the end of this week in case you change your mind. We're closing not the doors but the spots. We're closing the spots by Sunday because we're a bit over
It's translated from French, so well, yeah, we're a bit, yeah, like we had too many spots. So that's what I told her, so I could add some scarcity and urgency, and that was it. All right. So that was that for this. Now I just wanted to show you a bit of the stats. So these are the stats for now with the campaigns that we've been running. So we sent 1.3k emails. We've got a 65% open rate, which is a bit low, to be honest. I could have gone to 80, 90%. But on the other hand, we've got a very high reply rate. That's the most important metric here. 21%, right? And no, that's useless. But yeah, 21% reply rate, which is great. And so we had a lot of replies, really a lot of them. They were all interested in the, just to have a look at the sequence that I sent in the first episodes. So they were very interested in the report in which I talk about how other entrepreneurs who have a YouTube audience are making 20 to 70k per month. And so they're very interested into that angle, right? The recurring angle. So just use it. It's pretty efficient. Now the thing you need to make sure is the thing that comes after this, which is the loom, which is the angle, the pin you're going to target. And I have a few results I'm going to show you later. Now there's something else I updated, which is the subsequence. You know, and on Instantly you can do subsequences, which are basically automations that you can trigger once you change the status of a lead. Let me show this to you. So let's say you've got a reply from a lead, which is usually marked as lead. And whenever you change the status, so we've designed some custom status, for example, booking sent when we send the booking link for a call, send offer when the lead is interested and he wants to see the offer, Loom sent when we sent the Loom to do when we need to do the Loom. So that, I mean, that's the first thing that we apply. So for example, this lead said to me, all right, hi, you can send it to me for inspiration as a free guide if you want to. All right. So he's a bit interested. And whenever he's interested, then we put it in send Loom to do. And whenever I do the Loom and I send them to him, then I can change the status to Loom sent. And whenever I do this, then it triggers the sequence here. For example, it looks like this, by the way. Oh, then you just, if it is marked as blah, 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 and then it just triggers the sequence. Super easy. That's all that this is. And then the subsequence looks like this. All right, just to give you the insight on that. So as promised, I sent the customized report, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to read everything. It's pretty simple. It's just new emails to bump the conversation. And I try to put as the least amount of stuff, of links, of images, so that it improves the deliverability. Because sometimes leads are interested, but they just don't get your emails because you add too many stuff, too many words, too many links, too many images. So you need to make sure that it's pretty simple, right? By the way, it's 2 days before. Then it looks like this. By the way, in the second follow-up email, I try to add the Loom link variable. And so with variable, that means you need to add the variable in your leads. And whenever you do a Loom video, then you just need to update the lead with the new link. Let me show it to you. For example, with this lead here, let's say I'm going to do a Loom, and then I just need to edit the lead, go down to the, where is this? Loom link. All right, it's just right there. And then I just put the link right. And then whenever I save it, I'm not going to do it because I didn't do it yet. Whenever I save it, it's going to be used here. This way I can remind the lead of the Loom, right? And then I just tease some of the things I talk about in the Loom. And then it just goes like this, another email, and the last one where I just say goodbye. That's it. All right. That's the update. Now, that was it for the stats. I'm going to update you on the next parts because we've had some interested leads which are still in negotiation. So see you very soon. Bye-bye. What's up, operators? Quick update today. We've been receiving a lot of replies, a lot of interesting replies, and we might have a warm prospect. And so I'm documenting now, but I already did the thing. So I'm just telling you what I did and how I did it. So we are in this phase, which is replying to the leads, booking the calls, and closing the leads. All right. Well, I didn't do this yet. And by the way, I talked with the health coach. It didn't go through, like she wasn't that qualified. So I don't want to force the sale on those people with which I don't see myself providing the best value ever. All right. They need to be invested in what you're going to build, even more if it's high ticket or if it's going to make a lot of money. You need your clients to be invested in what you're going to deliver them. And so I didn't feel it with that lead. But on the other hand, we've got a lead that's pretty warm here, and I'm going to show you the process with which I'm going to try to close him. I already sent a Loom, by the way. So here's the process. I got this lead from YouTube email scraping as usual. So what I showed you in the earlier episodes. I sent a Loom audit, which is a bit different than the Loom I showed you before. It's way more, I put way more work into that presentation here. And then the goal of this thing is to book a call and then close, all right? Now I'm just gonna show you the full structure of the Loom because this is the actual Loom I sent to the lead. And so essentially the structure was like audit current business and products, show examples of what works. No, show the benefits of implementing our strategy, with the community, show examples of what works. So projections, you need to project the prospect into getting the benefits of your solution, and then showing scenarios, implementation process. And yeah, that was basically the thing. Now I'm gonna dive a bit deeper. So the way I started, I actually took the whole presentation and just translated it and make it so you could apply it with your own prospect. All right, it's not perfect, it's just I think it's gonna work. We're gonna see if I can book a call with this guy. So I took his current products, which are ebooks and coachings, with the prices here, and I talk about the problems that come up with those products. So with coachings, it's got very low margins, and once delivered, there's no more value to be sold to the clients, to his clients. All right. With the ebooks, we've noticed that he's got a problem of plagiarism and people who are selling the books because it's basically PDFs. All right. So it's easy to just send it to other people. And for each book, the payment is just one installment per customer, which means there's a very low lifetime value. All right. And this is the thing we want to correct with a strategy around the community. And so then I talked about the benefits of having a active community, which is about building relationships, because people will need more and more relationships, as I talked about, with AI and everything becoming a commodity, everything becoming fake and artificial. People are going to need more true relationships and communities, and the way we meet people, just like people nowadays, how they date. They date through Tinder. They meet their partners through Tinder. That's the new normal, right? So with this in mind, it means that just meeting people
is not just a process that you do in real life. You do it online as well. And so we're pretty much aligned if we invest into building relationships, right? But under a certain personal brand. Then I talked about how the real value we can deliver if we build that thing is the community. It's not just based on a PDF, which is, once you consume it, then it loses all the value. Where a community, you can come every day and there's always going to be something to say, someone to talk with, or whatever. There's a lot of things to do with an active community. And the thing is, the value will increase exponentially over time. And in the long term, a paying community is superior to selling a book in one go. That's obvious, right? I even showed a drawing. Maybe I didn't show it to you yet. So yeah, here it is. It's the fact that as an info product entrepreneur, you have a one-to-one relationship with your audience. All right, you sell one PDF, you sell one coaching to one individual of your audience, and so for each new client, you get one new value exchange, which creates a linear value graph. All right, but when you go through to the community paradigm, let's say, you then build value exchanges between the community members. All right, it's not just between the creator and the individuals of the audience, it's between the community members themselves. And so for each new client, each new member, then there's an exponential number of value exchanges, right? Which builds exponential value. All right, that's how I explained it. And so then I just kept going with this, which is the revenue right now depends a lot on video production from the creator, which means if he wants to do more sales, he needs to produce more videos so that it generates more traffic. That's the thing here. That's quite obvious. But with the community, it doesn't just depend on him producing the videos to generate the traffic. It depends on community interactions, which makes him more independent from from the numbers he generates, because that's a lot of stress as a creator, even more when you scale and you make a lot of money, you make like 7 figures, let's say, then there's a team, there's a lot of people who depend on you, and so you have a lot of pressure to keep doing this content, and content takes a lot of time, takes a lot of energy, right? And so we've got to, like, whenever you do this kind of presentation, you gotta insist on those pain points, which are the stress, the pressure to create content, to keep making money, right? And being dependent on the social media platforms. And so then I talked about how it can complement the email list, which is the most valuable asset that you can own, because a community is basically an email list, but on steroids, because every people from the list is interacting with each other, which creates the value, right? And I talked about how we could complement a transformation challenge, which he is gonna do. So that's why I use that example, right? But I think everyone should host some kind of challenge, right? So yeah, that was the whole benefits. Then I talked about a stat, which is quite obvious, which is that you have more chance of selling to an existing customer than to a new prospect, which is super obvious, but I just wanted to back it up so you can take this stat here if you need it. And then I proceeded by showing a clear example of what it could look like. So I took the example of Hamza, who has 2.3 million subscribers, even more now. And I just did a quick math. It's not very representative, but just wanted to show what's the percentage of his YouTube audience that went to his school community, because this is his main channel of acquisition. And so I found out it was 0.06%. I just did the same math with the creator, the prospect, and I found out 347 members was a realistic forecast, at least a realistic goal to have in mind. With 45 euros per month, that would make 15K per month recurring. All right, that's just the goal so that we understand where we're going. considering that he's selling this for 129 per month, right, with 1.4k members. So that's just to show and project the prospect into what it's gonna look like, right? So it's less, this is a bit more sexy than just, you know, bullet points like this. And then I talked about the structure of the community, what it would look like once people join. And so I took the example of a fitness community, which is the one from Mario Rios. And I showed how we could add his ebooks, because he has a lot of ebooks, this prospect. I showed how we could add them in the modules, just like this, in the school classroom section, how it would look like with the modules and the community tab and the leaderboard, the levels, the calendar, and so on and so forth. Then I talked again about the forecast and the goals by saying that in the long term, it might be more interesting to have the ebooks within the community so that it attracts people, it gives value, it has intrinsic value even without the community. And that the goal was for the community income to exceed the monthly income from the books. And that was, yeah, that's a realistic goal, considering that the value is going to be exponential, as I showed it to you. And then I proceeded with a few scenarios, just showing how we would think of the whole project, which is we need a few hundred members, and this is going to serve as a baseline. All right, it's just a baseline from which we will sell coachings, ebooks, supplements, and so on and so forth, because I know he wanted to launch supplements. And so this is the whole thing, because with the stat of being easier to sell to current clients than new prospect, then this would make more sense, right? And again, these are just estimations, projections. It's not the real thing. It's just to show you where we want to go, right? Because you need to project the prospect. Then I talked about how we would implement the system in his current ecosystem. And so phase 1, we would offer exclusive access to the first 50 members just to create engagement, just to have a pool of people with which we could experiment the whole community thing, what post to use, what creates engagement, how to create the habit of them coming every day and sending a message, right? This is the goal with the phase 1. Phase 2 is to promote it through the email list. Well, this is also with the email list, but yeah, let's say this is a larger promotion. And phase 3 is to promote it on YouTube, which is the main channel of acquisition. And then the angles to use, it's better to use one, by the way, but I thought about an angle where we would promote the community aspect. We'll emphasize the community aspect because there's a lot of guys in his community who already own one or more books, ebooks, so they're already clients. But then we would not just sell the ebooks, we'd sell the community. That's the value. And for those who don't have any ebooks, then we could emphasize on the value of the books that's in the community and sell the community as a great bonus, right? So yeah, I would say the best angle would be just to sell the community, but you need to build it first. This is why I used phase 1 here. And then I talked about the action plan, which is over the, well, that's a lot. Let's not use first few months, but first few weeks. So over the first few weeks, there's a lot of more efforts to invest in the community. So we need to make a lot of posts, answering relevant questions. And the goal is it's me and like the agency, right? We can take care of that. And all you have to do is commit 10 to 15 minutes a week. Here are a few ideas. So we thought of weekly challenges. So we would, so this way it would incentivize people to just be present every week, documenting their process. For example, showing what's their new PRs, what's the weight they gained, what's the weight that was lost, all the stuff, right? And then we talked about how we would manage community management, just talking with the members, acknowledging their documentation, because it's very hard to keep people on a challenge. You need accountability, and so this is our role as community managers, is to make sure that people come every day, every week, document their process, and develop the habit of coming back, right? So yeah, that was it with the action plan. It's still a bit vague, all right? I know this because I want to keep the real thing for the call, all right? The goal of this whole presentation is just to give a hint on what it could look like, to just know if he's interested in the first place, and then I will dive deeper, all right? And then I talked about some case studies, and I think this one is gonna be super effective, which is I basically took the leaderboard of the school games, the February leaderboard, and I took the example of Eddie, which ranked third and made 34K new monthly recurring revenue. And the reason I took this example is because he's in the fitness niche, right? And he made 3K monthly recurring revenue in a month, which is great. And so I just showed how this profile was very similar to the prospect, right? With a YouTube channel, he's got a bigger Instagram, but yeah, he basically has the same influence, the same audience, and he's making more than 30K monthly recurring revenue, right? Then I took another example, which is Kino VIP. This is a different model, which is more expensive and way less members. But from what I read, there's a whole coaching team that's attributed to every member, right? So yeah, just wanted to show different examples to just show that it's actually possible to do this thing. And the goal with this whole presentation is just to make him interested to go on a call. So yeah, that was it. I'm gonna let you know what happens next. Yeah, the goal is to book a call and close him, hopefully. So yeah, see you on the next one. Thanks for your time. Bye-bye. What's up, operators? It's a beautiful day today because we've closed our first client. All right, so cheers to us on this journey. I'm gonna break this all down for you. So it was about the lead I've talked about in the latest episode, which is the fitness influencer. And so basically what I showed you before is that was the process, all right? So I send a Loom to this prospect, doing a whole audit of his brand and how he would benefit from doing the community model. And then the goal was to book a call and close him. And that's what happened. So that's the new roadmap. So send the Loom, then we booked the call. That was the call. And that's where I closed him. And he even shared a drawing, which is this one, on his social media, on an Instagram story. And he has like more than 500K followers. So that's cool. That was me. He put the lion head on my face. But yeah. So yeah, I just closed him on a 2.5K deal. So this is not a retainer. It's just let's say a setup fee. And yeah, so that was the whole process. Now the goal of this video, of this episode, is to break it down for you, is to break down the whole process of the call. All right, what I've talked about and how I closed them. All right, now keep in mind that like it's better to watch the previous episode where I've talked about the Loom and what was included into it. So quick summary here. All right, it was this whole presentation, right, where I talked about the community model. But then when I sent it, the prospect told me that he needed a clear roadmap, and that's what I did. And now the roadmap looks like this. All right, so that's just a quick intro. I will go over it, and then I talked about two phases. So the intro was just, just doing a recap of the objective, the goal of adding another source of recurring income that's aligned with his brand. And I talked about this model, which I'm not sure if I showed it to you already, but basically, let me explain because I'm kind of proud of it. All right, this is my kind of art. So this model here is the normal model that everyone uses, and mostly infopreneurs. All right, infoproduct entrepreneurs. So they basically sell a course through their audience, and so they have a one-to-one relationship with each individual from the audience. And so for each new member or each new client, they just get an additional value exchange, which creates linear value. All right, like someone buys a course and that's one new relationship. But when you switch to the community model, that's different, because now the creator has always a direct relationship with each one of his clients, but each client has a relationship between themselves, all right? And that's what creates exponential value, because for each new member or each new client, there's an exponential number of relationships that are created. Now, of course, not every client will talk with all the previous clients, but that's the image you want to show, right? And it actually happens, all right? And so, yeah, for each new member, there's, an infinite number of value exchanges. So that was how I put it. And that's what he shared on his story, which is kind of funny. So then I talked about the roadmap, which is the most important stuff here. And so I divided it in 2 phases. And so phase 1 is about the whole infrastructure, is about the thing we're building, all right? The community and the tech we're using and all the content that's going to be here to get the community started. And phase 2 is about the partnership, the rev share model. This is where the money is made, all right? The 2.5K is just a symbolic, an official way to start. And that's where the money is made, because this is where we will negotiate a commission-based or performance-based model on the memberships first, and on everything that is sold through the community thanks to our efforts. Because if we run the community, then we will push the sales of other programs, other coachings, etc., etc. And so let me get this more detail now. So phase 1, by the way, the reason I wanted to divide it this way is that sometimes people have a team, all right? They have a team of community managers, and so they just need you to build the infrastructure to then give it to their team. And so this is why I divided it this way, because we can still build the whole infrastructure for a fixed fee or whatever, and then give it away to the team of the client with SOPs, standard operating procedures. And yeah. So now when it comes to the phase 1, so basically I just detailed the few phases that we needed to go through in order to build the whole infrastructure. So first is a poll to study the audience, to identify recurring needs, the problems we can solve, and the typical, avatar. And we can do this through Instagram stories, Google Forms, YouTube polls, emails. Basically, it's just the most important thing here is to identify recurring needs, because that's how you can justify charging recurring revenue or recurring membership, right? Because if there's a need that you can solve just once, then there's no point in charging every month or every year. So that's very important. And when it comes to fitness, of course, that's a recurring need. You can't just go to the gym once and then have your dream body, right? You need to go every day, and there's a lot of things you need to do every day. So that's the first step. And then community creation platform. So that's quite easy. It's just choosing between the different platforms. The choice is between School, Mighty, Networks, Discord, and yeah, that's basically it. And in this case, we chose School, but that's not a big deal actually. Next step, add the initial content and design. So initial content is about the courses. For example, here, the courses that you can find in the modules. All right, that's basically it. And so we're gonna reuse some of the existing content from this client, as well as some of the content from his info products, so that it makes it more interesting. There's a reason to join the community apart from the community itself. And then we move on to the next step, which is to invite the current clients, because here's the thing. We don't want to start paid from the get-go, because we need to test the community. We need to we need to get the momentum going, all right? And so this is why I recommended to start with current clients, because he already has clients with his info products. And so this way, like we don't need much of them, like just 20 to 50 of them, just to get the fire started, right? And so we would sell it as an exclusive waitlist, and we want to use clients because clients have paid, and so they're more invested. And so this is the goal first. And with those clients, with those first members, which I call the founding members, we're going to prepare engagement posts, all right? And just ways for them to be interactive. And so this is just a few posts that we're going to prepare, but that's not the most important thing. The goal is to create some kind of a movement, of a challenge, of a thing that makes them come every day, all right? That makes them come back and create the habit of coming back every day. That's the most tricky thing here. And so this is why we want to prepare the post firsthand and then reward those who continue to, let's say, document their progress at least once a week. And we can do a review every week of those people who are participating in such a challenge. We are going to create a challenge with just what I said, with a weekly review. In that case, with the fitness example, it could be, for example, you did X number of sessions per week, or you cooked healthy meals, or you did a new personal record. It could be things like this. And then life goals. Life goals are quite important. That's what I've observed by having a look at the other communities in school, or the ones that are successful. I've seen that they do life goals at least once a week. And so this is something we need to do. Now, this is the trickiest thing because it depends on the creator, all right? And the goal for us here is to make sure that we don't take too much of the creator's time, but there needs to be a minimum investment, because people are not joining a community just for the other people. They join for the creator, all right? They want to be part of his brand, and so there needs to be some kind of presence from the creator. Then they can stay for the other members they're gonna meet, but first, that's very important here. And then we talked about how we could recycle daily stories into engagement posts so that it keeps getting fresh and, create engagement based on things that happens every day in the life of the creator. And so, basically our goal here, at least what I explained, is that we want to, like me and my team, we want to serve as like middleman between the community and the creator. So this way we maintain the engagement, and we make sure that people get the value out of it and stay every month, and we get the partnerships and all the ideas that we need to do. And we get the intervention from the creator whenever it's needed, at least once a week. And that's in his best interest at the end of the day. So he needs to do this as well. So next step is the paid community launch. So this is where things get serious, where we're going to put a price tag on the community. And that's only once the value is proven. So I guess we need a few weeks between those two steps. And then we just test the prices. We start low and then we move up until we think that's all right. That's where we want to stay. And we launch cohorts, because we need to give people a reason to buy now. And we're not going to do it fake. All right. We might do things like certain calls, which are limited to a certain amount of people, because otherwise they would lose value. For example, coaching calls or masterminds, things like this. All right. There's a ton of other ideas as well, but these are just the ideas I have in mind right now. And so we're gonna do a cohort-based launch. So this way we will sell out every time, and then make sure that for every people that joins, we're gonna make sure that they get invested, they get onboarded properly. So this is why we need to do cohorts, so the value stays and the value is well delivered to the people. And then we need to do a promotional video. So this is just a script to promote the group. And then we talked about some ideas of things we could implement in the group. So keep in mind, this is a fitness influencer, but he talks a lot about mindset, entrepreneurship, and that's the thing I've seen in school communities more specifically, is that people not only talk about their specific niche, they try to add some other stuff, right? They could, like, I've seen people in the fitness niche talk about business and talk about like dating, other stuff that's related, because at the end of the day, we just want to get better, and that doesn't just include, you know, getting more money, making more money, or getting to the gym. It's a holistic approach you need, right? So that's a good direction we want to take further down the line. And yeah, just adding, yeah, that wasn't the topic. It was about the video to promote the whole group, all right? To add a VSL before people join the group. And then we talked about ideas, for example, special codes for people who are part of the community. So special codes for other products or other partnerships, other deals with brands. So these are the ideas here. So yeah, that was it for the phase one. And then we talked about the contents or shorts specifically that we'll use to redirect people to the paid community, which is going to be easier to sell because it's going to be low ticket. Because we've tried selling high ticket stuff from short form content and then funnels with email sequences. It worked, but it was kind of hard. And so we really believe that with this kind of community, it will be much easier. All right. So yeah, that was phase one. That was how I sold it. And I just told the prospect that a community is the best investment he could make right now, because that's what brings him more independence from social media. And this is a thing that will grow over time. Of course, it looks like there's a lot of effort that's required, at least with the live calls, because all the other stuff we're in charge of it. But I sold it as the thing that could have a lot of members and not only clients. You know, a community is a great way to have people, like-minded people, and then able to hire new team members, to find new, I don't know, business partners. There's a lot of things you could do from a community. I even know a client of mine, he found his wife from his audience, you know, so that could go far. And so yeah, that's how I sold it. Then phase two, I just said, like, let's just focus on phase one first, and then whenever we get this ready, we're gonna talk about the rev share model, how much we can take on the memberships, on the coachings, on the ebooks, and then we'll just move on from there and just run the community, right? So yeah, that was the script, that was the call. So feel free to use it. Let me know if you feel like there's better angles on this. You know, we're all in this together. But yeah, it worked, and I'm gonna use it for the other prospects. So see you in the next episode. Thanks for your time. Bye-bye.
So this was the first part, and just with that, you should be able to get a lot of replies and find your clients. In the next part, I talk about the next clients I find and how I convert them. I'll talk about how to manage the admin around closing the client and signing the contract. I even made a GPT for it. I'll talk about how to create a model that gets you paid on a recurring basis, so you don't need to find new clients every time and you keep the ones that pay well. And I'll make sure that we deliver the best service, whether it's to capture attention with content or convert it with email sequences, communities, etc. The goal is to build a business that gives you profits, not PTSD. Now, if you're impatient and you want help straight away, join Content Operators now to make sure you get a spot when the next cohort opens. Thanks for your time. Ciao.